This is a test of the City of Palakka audio system. This is a test of the City of Palakka audio system.
Good evening, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to our June 23rd, 2022 City of Palakka Commission meeting. At this time, we're going to call this meeting to order. We'll have our Pledge of Allegiance and our invocation by Chaplain Alonzo Mulberry. Would everyone please stand at this time? You can join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, again, we thank you for your goodness. We thank you, Lord, for your kindness. We thank you for all your many blessings. We pray, God, that you will look on us as we come together at this time to do the business of thy city. We pray for direction. We pray for instruction, for guidance, and for wisdom in what to do, God, in such a time as this. Many decisions will be made, God. You know what will be done. You know what will be said, and you know all things. We look to you for guidance. We look to you for directions and for instructions and all that we undergird to do. We give you praise and glory now for all that you're doing. Bless us in Jesus' name we pray. Thank God. Amen and amen.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Thank you. Mayor Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Present.
Commissioner McCaskill.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir, in the chambers.
I have not been called.
Rufus Bourne.
Commissioner Bourne still here with us. All members, all members are present, and we do have a quorum for the record. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from May 26, 2022? If so, I'll entertain a motion. There are no corrections or additions.
Minutes as written.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to public recognitions and presentations. First up, we're going to try to figure out what this name is because we don't know this person by this name. We're going to call the gas authority up at this time, and we're going to have a show of hands of who actually knows who Elizabeth is when it's all over. Let's give a round of applause as they come forward. It's a retirement of Sissy Records. So, we all know her as Sissy. We do not know who Elizabeth is.
For 14 years of excellent service, we appreciate it for the city of Palakka and the gas authority. Big shoes to fill. You brought over a wealth of information and knowledge to our business. So, and your top-notch customer service has taught others. So good luck to you. And there's the plaque to signify that.
Sissy, got your speech ready?
She gave it at the gas authority.
And so I'll just say I've known Sissy, I guess since young, since I was a teenager. Her customer service has always been excellent in whatever agency she's been with, from the credit union to the city. And, you know, from the front desk at City Hall to the gas authority. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate the knowledge that you have shared with the folks who've come behind you, and the care that you've given to our citizens over the years. And so you're definitely going to be missed. We know you're only a phone call away, and we definitely appreciate all the professionalism and the love for the city of Palakka that you've shared with us. Next up, Employee of the Month. for June 2022.
Okay, so our employee of the month for the month of June here at the city of Palakka, we've been doing this since February and we have had great results. So this month we would like to recognize, it'll be from our fire department, Captain Kenneth Sugden.
Congratulations. Want to come stand up here, Captain? Just stand up. You can go ahead and give it. We'll let you go ahead and read your statement first.
All right. We really appreciate the time
Mike's on.
to, yes, sir. To recognize Kenny for all of his hard work and dedication. He's been with us going on 13 years. He's our lead technician for SCBA. We're getting ready to put those in service next week, all the new ones. He's been inventorying and getting them all set up. So we're really appreciative of that. He's been helping us with our first due program, which you guys approved earlier last year for our to get all our pre-planning and inspections on the one digital platform. And he's been instrumental in that as well. So he's always a hard worker. Ask him to do anything, it gets done and done well, and we appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
You got your speech ready, sir? No speech today, sir?
Thank you,
Next up, Mayo Clinic, Miss Lolita Thomas. She looks familiar. She works with 6 different other organizations as well.
Hello, Lolita Thomas, 2406 Lee Terrace, Palakka, Florida. I come before you, Commission, just to introduce to you Mayo Clinic representatives who are on Zoom with us. What we will be doing, and they'll share more about the goals, is Mayo Clinic. This is the first meeting that we are attending. We will be going throughout the county. There's a charge for Mayo Clinic to come in and help us as a community to have better health. So I'm going to turn it over. First, introduce who we have on the Zoom. We have Monica Alberti, who is the Research Operations Director. We have Noreen Stephenson Hubert, who is the Program Manager. And we also have Chelsea Reeves, who is our Community Engagement Coordinator. So I'll turn it over now to Monica to provide some comments.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having us. So I'll just make some brief comments about who we are and our goals. So as Ms. Lolita alluded to, we are with Mayo Clinic, specifically our Center for Health Equity and Community Engagement Research. And our charge is really to work with communities that are in the Mayo Clinic catchment area, which includes Putnam County and some of the surrounding counties in Northeast Florida, to ensure that we're providing health information, that we're providing information about Mayo Clinic resources, whether it's patient resources, research resources, or even resources about some of our educational programs that we have for students, some of our pipeline programs that we have for high school, up and coming high school students or college students. So we really, our goal is really to be able to partner with community organizations in the county to really just be able to create to increase health awareness and really information that what we hope will begin to close the health disparity gap that we see that exists in the counties in Northeast Florida.
Thank you, Monica. And just to let you know, for Mayo Clinic, our mayor has a 30 miles in 30-day challenge going on for the city members at this time. So thank you all for the opportunity to allow them to speak. Any questions?
Yeah, we're just excited to have the opportunity to have Mayo come into the community. As a former Mayo patient, it's always exciting. It's first-class service, and also got an opportunity to speak to some of the folks at the Mayo table during the Juneteenth celebration. And again, thank you for considering Palakka and reaching out to us to provide the excellent service to our community as well.
I would echo the sentiments of Mayor Hill. As a former Mayo Clinic patient as well, I'm excited about bringing these services into Palakka, and I look forward to doing whatever it is that I can do to assist in the endeavors in which you all bring to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Sina, again, thank you very much. We look forward to hearing more from you in the future. And thank you, Ms. Thomas. Next up, Pride Month Proclamation, June 2022. You're gonna make my nerves bad. You keep yelling.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. Whereas the mayor and the Palakka City Commission of the City of Palakka recognize and proclaim that the month of June 2022 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer Pride Month throughout the city. And whereas the City of Palakka joins the federal government and countless municipalities across the state of Florida to observe Pride Month in honor of the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and to support the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas the rainbow flag is widely recognized as a symbol of pride, inclusion, and support for social movements that advocate for the LGBTQ community people in the society. And whereas all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, LGBTQ individuals have had an immeasurable impact to the culture, civic, and economic success of our country. And whereas the City of Palakka is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for the LGBTQ people in our diverse community. And whereas while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ equality, it is essential to acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, and the mayor and the city commission call upon the people of this city to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere that it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for the City of Palakka's LGBTQ community, and is an opportunity to take action and to engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, together with the members of the Palakka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim that the month of June 2022 as Pride Month in the support of the LGBTQ community, and urge our citizens to raise the rainbow flag during this month, recognizing all LGBTQ residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make the City of Palakka a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. And I swear I have known to set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palakka this 23rd day of June in the year of our Lord 2022.
The motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Okay.
Motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Campbell. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. We have a representative, Mr. Bass, with us today. He is. You know, I need that same enthusiasm during football season, so.
Well, she's your girl then. Joshua Mast, I live in East Palakka, Life Team resident, born and raised. This might seem like deja vu to a few of you from last year when we shattered that glass ceiling for the first time in Putnam County. So I think I was in a bit of shock last year when this happened, especially that it was a unanimous vote. You know, so hindsight's 2020, and I wanted to use this opportunity to kind of express some of the things that came to mind over the last year and this year as we came into Pride Month in 2022. And, you know, it's not lost on me that each of you are probably strong believers in faith. And so I really want to acknowledge the fact that you are able to set that aside in your official seat as government officials and actually recognize everyone in your community. So thank you to each of you for that. Secondly, it has been an honor and a privilege to work with Mayor Hill these last few years on this issue. And I look forward to working with each of you and Mayor Hill going forward on advancing more opportunities and help move the needle for people in Palakka and across the county, especially marginalized people. I also just want to say that while we did shatter that glass ceiling, there is still much to be done. I was the first openly gay person to run for office in Putnam County in the 2020 election. And it did come with its massive onslaught of hate, bigotry, you name it, harassment. And so I want to say that acceptance does not equal agreement. And it costs nothing to be kind to people. Gay people are born into and belong to every society in the world. And whether you know it or whether you acknowledge it, they are your family, your friends, and your neighbors. Being gay is not a millennial invention or a choice. Android or iPhone is. I also just want to say it's a human reality. So thank you to everyone. And, you know, I think there's a lot of people that would probably in this room that like to say that all lives matter. Well, do they? Because they had an opportunity, especially at the county level, to say that all lives do matter, and they chose not to. So if they do, where are you? I'd like to see a little bit more Republicans in this room screaming. So thank you to each of you.
Thank you. I'll just say that the city continues to be the trendsetter in Putnam County. We will continue to be inclusive. We'll continue to be progressive. We will continue to push for one Palakka under God. And so I don't think we set aside our values, our faith. What we do is we push them forward, meaning that we love everyone as we love ourselves. And at the end of the day, that's what we're going to continually do here. And in order for this Palakka to be the best Palakka, it has to include all Palakkans. And so that's where we're going to be. That's what we're going to continue to do. And so again, thank you. The sad part is that we have to make this a monumental step forward when it should be a daily step forward. And so again, we will continue to move forward. And we appreciate you for taking the lead in this community to make sure that Pride Month is recognized in the way that it should be. So again, thank you. Yeah. Oh. Maybe that'll help. So Mr. Matz, if you can come forward just one more time so we can present you with the proclamation.
Do a silly one.
Let's give another round of applause for Pride Month. Next up, July 4th, Independence Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas on July 4th, 1776, our founding fathers ratified the Declaration of Independence, a historic document that said we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whereas this document laid a foundation for future prosperity and helped establish a government based on individual liberties and the rule of law, which is to society's sacred bond. And whereas as Americans, Floridians, and Palakkans, it is our duty to preserve the fundamental principles, freedoms, and liberties that have ensured the continued prosperity of our nation. And whereas Independence Day is an important opportunity to honor our brave servicemen and women who have defended our nation's enduring values, whom we can never thank enough for their courage and sacrifices. And whereas since 1870, the 4th of July has been recognized as a federal holiday so that Americans may celebrate our nation's timeless truths and great freedoms that call to our higher sense of patriotism. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palakka, together with the members of the Palakka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim July 4th, 2022 as Independence Day in the City of Palakka. In recognition of our founding of our great nation, and we ask all citizens to take the time to celebrate the freedoms enshrined in our nation's founding and ask all residents to honor those who protect our nation's independence. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palakka this 23rd day of June in the year of our Lord, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's give it up for Independence Day. I'll continue to say that from Juneteenth to July 4th is an opportunity for us to celebrate true freedom in America. And we're excited about the 4th of July celebration again this year. Fireworks will be on the 4th of July, starting at approximately 9 o'clock. So please come out, enjoy yourself. We have a series of events starting at what time, Mr. Cutright? Our 4th of July events? Starting at 5 p.m. at the riverfront. We have live bands, we have food trucks. We've got a lot of festivities out there. So please come out and enjoy yourself. And let's have some safe and unified fun on the riverfront. Yes, ma'am. That's fine. And so, again, thank you very much. Moving on to public comments. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Anyone here for public comment? In the back of the room to my left on the wall, we have yellow speakers cards. You can fill those out. If you're here for a specific item on the agenda, please mark down that item number on the agenda, the topic, and what organization you represent, if any. Outside of that, if you're here for general comment at this time and it's not tied to any specific item, you can fill out your card and come forward at this time. As you come forward, give your name and address for the record so that the record will be accurate as to your speaking. Is there anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, we will close public comment. We'll move into our consent agenda. Item number 5 on the agenda. On our consent agenda for this meeting, we have items A through J. Are there any items on the consent agenda that you wish to have removed? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as printed.
Motion. There's a motion by Commissioner Campbell to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item 6 on the agenda, report, discussion, direction, Blue Crab Festival, RQ Music. Thank you very much for being here.
So before you, I have actually put together a Blue Crab Festival presentation, and you'll hear from myself, city manager, and maybe some city staff. But first and foremost, thank you to our commission for moving this item forward. It was great for our community, great for the employees, and okay. Thank you to our sponsors. We had quite a few of them. Most importantly, of course, our commission. Next up, thank you for our staff, Putnam County Paramedics, Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, as well as the Putnam County Sheriff's Office. This is a list of all of the City of Palakka staff that actually worked this event, and it ranged from down at City Hall, our fire department, police department, public works, and community affairs. So as you can see, it was a combined joint effort by everybody on staff. The celebration is what I'll call it, spanned over 3 days. We had top headliners come through. And I believe everybody enjoyed it, all the way up from residents to our commission. I think everybody had a great time. We had Genuine, the Whalers, Little Texas, and Paper Cup. The festival itself was a 3-day span of live music, entertainment, food vendors, craft vendors, fireworks, water rides, just fun for all. The event was free of charge, so anybody from the community was able to come. And just this outreach with one of the media groups that we worked with, we were able to get that report back, and I did forward that to you. We reached over 800,000 people with the one media,
Can you
one
repeat that?
media person that we went with.
Can you repeat that number?
Over 800,000 people. That does not include the Facebook. The Facebook is a separate report that was sent as well.
Wow.
We had a craft beer tent that actually had some non-headliners in it. It was very well attended. And we also had music down on the courthouse lawn. That was absolutely amazing. I'm not sure if anyone got down there to hear him, but it was a jazz. And it was great. There truly was music for all. And not only that, fun for all. So as you can see from some of the pictures, I grabbed these off of the Facebook. People were down on the riverfront watching this water ski show, the fireworks. River City Marine actually donated a boat, and we had a lucky winner with that one. The kids' foam party was great. We had an inflatable slide for them to go down and kind of cool off because it was super hot. And the carnival was very well attended. I was down there a lot with my kids, so that was definitely the highlight for them. And then I actually pulled these comments off of the Blue Crab Facebook page. And just to kind of reiterate some of the things the community, businesses, everybody has said, the festival was the best I've ever attended. Thank you. And thank the mayor and his team for vision and boldness to stand and act on their beliefs. Palakka home team, kudos. Another one said, we went Saturday night and the entertainment was phenomenal. The crowds were big, but no one got out of hand. Everyone was just there to have a good time, and they did. Great job by everyone involved. The Blue Crab is back. One user even said that this is the best Blue Crab Festival I can remember since back in the 1990s. So I would say it was definitely a huge success. And I do want to note that we had no incidents. So there was no one out of control, no fights. It was a just straight up good time. The moment everyone's been waiting for, of course, is going to be your financial report. The original budget that we had that was adopted by the commission was $145,000 paid to RQ Music. And we allotted $15,000 for alcohol, which was not bought by the city. It was actually paid through vendor proceeds. As you can see on the column on the right, those are our actual expenses. However, I do want to note that we only took the $75,000 from general fund paid to RQ Music, so we did not exceed her contract in any type of way. However, we did take the proceeds to cover those overage areas. The areas include, of course, your show production, marketing, we did go over a little bit, event rentals, we went over, well, we went over on a lot of the categories, but promoter stayed the same. Alcohol, I do want to note that we actually have alcohol as an asset for next year. So if you go to the next page, we'll report on the revenues. City of Palakka, that's a typo, it's not 85, or sorry, 80, it's actually 75,000. Sponsors, TDC grants, vendor fees, the alcohol, parking and merchandise, and remaining assets for next year. So for next year, we actually have a storage unit that we've put everything in. That includes the security shirts, the badges, the money bags, the card swipers. All these items are considered assets for us to use next year. And when you total all of them up, it's actually $29,350 with the potential of profit on those as well. So you also have the t-shirts that we have left, as well as the alcohol that's remaining. So for the total expenses, we spent $299,586, and we brought in a revenue of $300,441 with $29,350 in remaining assets. And that 29,000 is not included in the 300,000. So I'm going to pause for a minute in case anybody has any questions. I will note that through this process, we had weekly meetings with the promoter. So every week we were coming in together, staff, team, fire, Eddie's team, city manager, myself, and we were monitoring everything very closely. However, during those meetings, we found the need to increase specific things. For example, with all of the mass shootings across the country, we felt it was a need to increase our security. Excuse me. So something that we had originally forecasted to be $5,000, we actually tripled that expense to make sure that staff in our community was safe. We have gone line by line. We've looked at ways that we can reduce next year and be more budget conscious, but I have to warn you that I feel like taking away anything from this festival might change the atmosphere of the festival. So while there are ways myself, the vendor, and staff believe that we could reduce areas, I would caution against it because I don't think I've heard one negative comment about the festival in itself. And for us to come out of this to break even and really only put our 75,000 in, I'm shocked, especially in the time frame that we had. We had truly less than 60 days. I know we all keep saying 75, but it was less than 60 days. So do you have any questions about the expenses or the revenue?
I just want to add to the asset comment. We only had 60 days to put it together. And I know that you're saying, looking at numbers for assets, but time is also an asset that we have on our side moving forward for next year's festival as well.
Absolutely. And, having that time on our side will allow us to negotiate contracts a lot quicker. More sponsors, potentially more vendors. We talked about extending our vendor booth down a little farther, potential profit share options with some vendors. And actually, we have an inbox filled right now with people that are wanting to sign up as vendors for next year. So we are kind of just sitting on go until we get the green light from the commission, whether this is something we truly want to do next year. You can go to the next one, Sunny. So I definitely put this in here because I want to throw this out there. We're going to do a last call on t-shirt sales at City Hall. So for all of our residents, community, even somebody, if you want the t-shirt mailed, we will do that for you as well. Just give us a call at City Hall. But we are going to do a last call on Blue Crab shirts, and we'll be putting them in storage for next year. We are also hoping to go ahead and get the green light so that we can start accepting sponsors and vendor applications for next year. So I went ahead and put up the phone number, the email for Blue Crab, as well as the mailing address for City Hall. So any questions, comments?
Questions or comments from the commission at this
I
time?
just say run it back. I mean, that was super success, and I can't see taking away anything. You don't want to take away from what you had was a successful recipe or whatever. You change the recipe, things might not work out so well. So I think what we had worked well, and just continue to add if we need to. to it. So awesome job. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to the sponsors getting on early. We got a lot more than 60 days, so we should look a lot better.
And I anticipate with time on our side, we'll have more sponsors than what we had this year. I think everybody was a little cautious, especially we haven't had Blue Crab in 3 years, and the last, agency to throw it was PYP. So
Right.
Blue Crab is back.
Yes, and one other thing too on the with the staff that really worked that Blue Crab, I think you had the list of those staff. I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can incentivize those staff that participated in that, helping to make that Blue Crab such a success, in terms of whether it's a day off or whatever, to kind of give a little bit more of an incentive. I think, when we implement a day off, I think is anywhere between $8,000 and $10,000 for the all staff. So with just those few, we just need to see, I guess, how much it would cost us to.
Sure, I can definitely look into that. But I also want to commend the mayor. Actually, he did a staff appreciation lunch right after the Blue Crab, just to recognize staff for all their hard work, not only with the festival, but, year round.
Right.
So,
Not on the city's dime either,
Right,
just for
but-
anybody else who may
yes,
have a
that
comment.
was on the mayor's wallet, not the city.
Right, but I would like to do it on the city's dime.
Okay.
So we
But it's, so you want that in addition to overtime for the employees?
the ones that were special on that list, I think they deserve something a little bit more than just overtime. I mean, they made this thing work like clockwork. So I think incentivizing that by a day off or whatever we come up with, I think it's just, it could be whatever. But I think they need to be recognized a little bit more, in my opinion. It's just my opinion.
We'll look at it for you, Commissioner, and get it back to you. Anybody? Commissioner McCaskill, you got anything?
I'll piggyback off what Commissioner Borum just mentioned, maybe using some ETO time or whatever we call it for earned time off. Some employees would rather have a day off versus, a comp time or whatever, versus getting paid overtime. So if that's something that we can look in and give them options, that would be good to consider.
Show me the money.
For me, one of the biggest things that says a lot about your staff and the team that you have is every single person up there took time away from their families to make sure that this festival was successful. And I think that it is definitely noteworthy. So
Yes, major sacrifices.
So, Commissioner Campbell, you got anything?
Overall, I'm extremely pleased with what transpired with the Blue Crab Festival. I was on deck every day of the festival, hands-on when I needed to. Kudos to the city staff, again, with the sacrifices they made. I too would echo the sentiments of both Commissioner Borum as well as Commissioner McCaskill. So if there is something that we could do, but definitely thank you, Mayor, for recognizing on your own personal dime. Again, that spoke volumes to some of the citizens. I'm sorry, not the citizens, but that spoke volumes to staff as well. I've had positive feedback with regards to that. And I'm looking forward to what the future holds for the Blue Crab. I mean, it's the return, and everyone already is anticipating what's going to happen next year. And so I'm with them. I'm anticipating. I'm ready to be all in as I was this year, and I'm looking forward to growth.
Commissioner Jones.
I'd just like to thank staff and everybody who took part and made it a success, That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'll just say this. We didn't anticipate the budget going up as far as it did based on this event. But I don't think we could have spent the same $75,000 and hired a marketer to get us the exposure that we got for this event. When we brought this event, when Matt Buckles and I came forward and brought this event to the commission, it's greatly appreciated that this commission supported what we were putting on our shoulders when Palakka young professionals became unable to pull the event off. But I think everybody thought we were crazy at first when we decided to take this on. And it was a struggle just in interviewing the different promoters and going from where we were and finally hitting that point where we got with RQ Music and Miss Calabera and just, but it ended up being with Janetta and just everything worked out perfectly based upon what was in place. It was the perfect storm. It was staff going over and beyond the call of duty. It was citizens pitching in, volunteers, coordination, and every piece of this puzzle worked out, from the commission to staff to sponsors. We didn't get as many sponsors as we thought we'd get, but we got enough to make it happen. And the citizens showed up, the tourists showed up, the visitors showed up, the acts were wonderful. The events were marvelous. And I'm looking for a bigger and better Blue Crab, because the one thing that we've struggled with over the last almost decade is consistency with the Blue Crab Festival, which is the marquee festival for this community as a whole, not just Palakka, but Putnam County. And we were able to get people who came from as far as Maine and South Florida to come here on short notice based upon what they saw online, and they enjoyed Palakka. They were welcome to the community, and it was just wonderful, even down to the Sunday service with Chaplain Mulberry and the Sunday brunch and the ski show. Things were just wonderful. And it was Palatka people and Putnam County folks interacting with people who were being introduced to the gem of the St. Johns River in a totally different way. And in order for the festival to not be threatened again, it has to be a feature event for the city of Palakka in perpetuity. And so I think that this is kind of the rebirth again, but there's an opportunity for us to create sustainability by making it a budget item, making it a line item in the budget, as opposed to us ever wondering again whether the festival will take place based upon resources, based upon the ability to gather people and galvanize them. And so I think this community deserves a round of applause, but more than anything else, it deserves to have the consistency of the Blue Crab Festival being placed in the hands of the city of Palakka, and for us to continue on with the festival in the way that it is, and for us to be willing to put the resources there, because you can't get 100,000 people into Palakka. I'm a proponent and a fan of Bassmaster Elite as a marquee major event for this community that brings over $2 million a year. But Bassmaster Elite doesn't bring 100,000 people to Palakka. It may expose Palakka to millions of people, but this event brings people to Palakka, and people leave here with an experience that wants them to come back. And so that's what we want. And so I want us to see us continually push Blue Crab forward, and for the commission to take the vote tonight to extend the contract, to exercise the option in that contract, and for us to move forward. I want to see Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Borum dance some more, along with Miss Thomas. I want to see this community continually have that smile on Memorial Day weekend. And so that's my comments. Next steps. I've got the promoter we've got her on Zoom at this point.
Let's add it to the budget and let's keep it moving.
Commissioner, Mr. Mayor, if perhaps the commission would consider directing staff to go ahead and meet with and confer with Ms. Salabero, is it? Have I gotten it right yet? Is it Salabero?
Pronounce it for us.
Ceballero, excuse me.
Ceballero.
And to come up with terms that we could bring back to the commission for confirmation, then we would do that between now and your next meeting.
I would turn that into a motion.
I second it.
There's a motion on the floor in a second, and if I may take a point of privilege, I'd ask the promoter, would she give her comments at this time?
I would first like to thank the city of Palatka for bringing me on board for such a hometown, celebrated kind of sacred to your community event. It was an honor to represent the city of Palatka with this event. I think we definitely faced a slew of challenges based on the time constraints in place. Given another opportunity, there are, many ways I think we could work as a team and improve and have an even better Blue Crab Festival. As far as things I would like to see, I do believe the Blue Crab Festival is eligible for grants and other funding that given the time we weren't able to reach out for due to the ecology and agriculture of Palatka. There's a few notes I've made on my after action notes, things I think could definitely be improved, unique revenue streams to the event that can be developed. But really, to watch your community come together. I've never been to a Blue Crab Festival. That was my very first one. So it was quite the experience. And, I would be honored to continue to grow that with you guys and keep a close watch on it and tweak it. And, I only see success coming from it because the community really did step up and support it in such a big way. So I would love to be on board and for continuity purposes, continue down the path of improving it and using the time to tweak it and make it even better.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for a marvelous job with this year's festival. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thanks, guys.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Questions called, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Looking forward to finalizing the extension. So
Thank you so
again,
much.
let's get rolling on 2023. And thank you very much. An awesome performance, by the way.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Next up is the presentation and acceptance of the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 Audit and Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Roderick Harvey, HCT Certified Public Accountants and Consultants, LLC. Mr. Harvey, are you with us?
Yes, sir. We are here and ready to present. I am not sure if the IT person is going to present for us or will allow, there it is. Excellent. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Roderick Harvey with HCT Certified Public Accountants and Consultants. We are here. I also have various members from our team here to present the audit results for the city for the year ended September 30, 2021. Next slide, please. We will be presenting our audit results. Our engagement letter was dated November 29th, and we are issuing a clean opinion on the financials for the year ended September 30, 2021. Next slide, please. Over the course of the presentation, we will discuss the audit results. There are various supplemental slides, and we will discuss the responsibilities of each of the parties that relate to the city. Next slide, please. The scope of our audit includes performing an audit in accordance with GAAS, generally accepted auditing standards, to ensure that the city is using GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, as relates to their financial statements. There were no changes in our audit strategy. We will complete all of the reporting required, the independent auditors report, the report on controls, the report on your programs, and the other reports as required by the Auditor General of the state of Florida. There are no outstanding matters, and the significant accounting policies and procedures will be described in Note 1 of the ACFR. Next slide, please. Significant accounting estimates as judged by us includes the allowance for doubtful accounts, accumulated depreciation, and the fair value of investments. Significant risk areas include management override of controls and revenue recognition. There are no accounting pronouncements that are out or applying to the financial records or statements of the city this year. Next slide, please. Based on our audit, there are no uncorrected misstatements, and for corrections to the financial statements, those entries were posted, and so at the end of the audit, there are no outstanding adjustments to be reported, and we have no matter to report as relates to financial statement presentation or the disclosure, any disclosure omissions. Next slide, please. We have a few deficiencies to report. We'll get to that later in the presentation. There are no related party findings. And this last area deals with if the city uses our financial report in another capacity, for example, a debt offering, we have a responsibility to make sure that our report as presented to that next third party is accurate and complete. Next slide, please. This slide hosts or shows, reflects various areas that we are required to report to those charged with governance, i.e. the elected body. As you can see, we have no matters to report as relates to illegal acts, non-compliance, non-GAAP subsequent events. And so this deck card gives a quick overview of our areas and our things that we have to report. We are happy to show that there are no items of significance to report to you. Next slide, please. Based on professional standards, HCT is independent of the city of Palakka. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We will now delve into the financial statements, financial reporting, revenues, expense, capital assets, receivables, and long-term debt. Next slide. Financial reporting, again, we have a responsibility to gain an understanding of the reporting process, to inspect the financial statements for conformity with GAAP, again, generally accepted accounting principles. Moving on to revenues, revenues totaled $33 million for the year ended September 30, 2021, as compared to $25.3 million for the same period ended 2020. The increase is primarily due to an increase in collections of ad valorem tax. We selected a sample of significant transactions in the revenue stream and tested those transactions for existence, accuracy, and presentation of the revenue recorded. Moving to expenses, go back please, expenses for the year 18.2 for 2021 as compared to 19.1. Again, we sample of transactions, expenditure transactions, and tested those for completeness, accuracy, and presentation. Next slide, please. Capital assets, balance at year end 2021, 71.1 million versus the same time period in 2020. That amount was 68.2. The increase is due to a result of an increase in infrastructure assets. Receivables, as we can see, was nearly flat, 2.9 versus 2.2 over the comparative period, and long-term debt, 13.4 versus 13.7 million. We did confirm the debt balances with third parties. Next slide. We have a responsibility to express an opinion on the financial statements. We also evaluate the internal control environment, although we do not issue an opinion on the control environment. Next slide, please. There are two types of deficiencies when we do our review of the control environment. One type of deficiency is a significant deficiency, which is a deficiency or combination of deficiencies in the control environment that are less severe than a material weakness, but yet important enough to merit the attention of those charged with governance. The material weakness is a weakness such that there's a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement in the financial statements will not be prevented, detected, or corrected in a timely manner. The reasonable possibility exists that an event may or probably will occur. Moving forward, next slide, please. We noted as a current year finding, this finding revolves around cash reconciliations condition. We noted that not all accounts were properly reconciled. Outstanding checks included cash reconciliations not properly posted to the accounting records. The effect is that their cash position may not be properly reflected on the financial statements. Staff responsible for reconciling bank accounts did not timely reconcile certain items in the cash accounts. For example, deposits in transit and outstanding checks. Criteria: generally accepted accounting principles require that the cash position, including all outstanding checks and deposits in transit, are accurately reflected in the financial statements. We recommend that personnel not associated with recording interest in the GL reconcile all cash accounts on a timely basis, and that all reconciling items are accurately listed in the reconciliation. The managerial response is management concurs with the finding. Next slide. This finding deals with construction in progress, and once a project is complete, moving it into fixed assets. Our review of CIP, construction in progress, we noted that final invoices were marked final, yet the asset was not properly reclassed to the appropriate fixed asset section. Effect and proper presentation of CIP overstates construction in progress and understates fixed assets. We recommend the city reclass completed projects from CIP to the final asset designation. Again, management concurs with this finding. Next slide, please. This condition revolves around stale or outstanding checks. And so we want to flag or note this to you. We noted during our test work that paychecks were outstanding for long periods of time, some dating back to 2017. Cash may be understated because unresolved stale checks, more importantly, unresolved paychecks may be in violation of Florida law. We found checks that were dating back, and they should be, if it's a payroll, again, forwarded forward. We recommend that personnel develop a policy to review and resolve all outstanding checks. In the case of outstanding paychecks, we recommend that the city enact a policy and procedure to review outstanding payroll checks to determine whether the outstanding period exceeds the guidelines set forth by Florida unclaimed property rules, and if so, related amounts should be remitted to the state. Again, management concurs with this finding. Next slide. We, as your auditors, HCT, have a duty to follow up on our prior year comments to see if management has performed any changes in those areas. We give the status 3, either not implemented, partially implemented, or implemented. Looking at our last year's findings for 2020, there was a management comment regarding the payroll process. We reviewed that area during our 2021 audit, and we deemed that comment as now having been implemented or cleared up. Next slide, please. We also had a finding that related to incorrect employee payments. We did test work in that area again in 2021, and we deemed this finding to also be implemented during the current year. Next slide, please. Management has a responsibility to present the financial statements in accordance with GAAP. The elected officials, or those charged with governance, management, not the elected official, are responsible for the design, implementation, and maintenance of the control environment. Also, management staff is responsible to provide the auditor with access to information, unrestricted access to persons, and other disclosure areas that we deem necessary. The elected officials, or those charged with governance, are responsible for oversight of the financial reporting process and oversight of the establishment and maintenance of management of programs and control designed to prevent, deter, and detect fraud. Next slide, please. Our responsibility, again, is to form an opinion on the financial statement based on our audit. We also have a responsibility to perform our audit in accordance with GAS, generally accepted auditing standards. Next slide, please. We also have other responsibilities. Those responsibilities include communicating with management or the city commission in writing all significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. Again, to conduct our audit in accordance with GAS, to communicate to the city commission circumstances, if any, that affect the form and content of our auditor's report. And so we want to make sure that we communicate any significant findings or issues raised during the audit to the appropriate level of management and or those charged with governance. Next slide, please. We also want to thank you for the opportunity to serve. And if the mayor at this time will allow, we will do our very, very best to answer any questions you may have for us. We are very excited to serve. We will also in the coming days be issuing the final CAFR book. I am aware that you may not have it yet. We are diligently, along with staff and finance, working to finalize, but we wanted to present our results as we don't believe anything significantly will change over the days as we finalize our reporting and make sure that our report is ready and issued to the state of Florida on or before June 30th. Again, thank you. My name is Rod Harvey, and HCT is happy to be the auditing firm of record for the city of Palakka.
Thank you again, Mr. Harvey, and HCT. Any questions at this time? Do you have any questions from the commission? Anything else, Ms. Shane?
Yes, I just want to make a note for the findings from last year, just as he said, they were implemented, we fixed them, they were corrected. The 3 findings that we have for this year are financial related in regards to the cash reconciliation, the checks. Those are things that I'm going to be stepping in. As he stated, it shouldn't be the same person that posts to the GL. So we're actually going to be diversifying that, and I'll be stepping in to ensure that that is not a repeat next year and it is corrected. And then the construction in progress, that does tie back to our CFA, as you know, and we have recently filled that position with a promotion of internal staff. So that also will not be a repeat for next year. So just wanted to give you an update on that.
Hearing that information, are there any additional comments this time?
Seems like she got everything lined out, ready to make those necessary corrections. Awesome.
Anything else in closing, Mr. Harvey?
No, just again want to reiterate our thanks to you all for allowing us to work with the commission as your auditor, and we're happy to continue to work with you. If any of the elected officials desire a one-on-one with myself, I am open. Please reach out to me, and I'm here and available for any of the electeds who want to discuss any one-on-one matters for the current audit year. Thank you.
All right. And again, thank you to HCT for the professionalism and for the great work that you guys are doing and helping us implement the proper controls so that we can move the community forward. And also thank you to our finance department for your work as well. So again, we look forward to seeing you when we come to Hollywood. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
I'll entertain a motion at this time to accept the audit report.
Motion to accept the audit report.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving the agenda to direction, authorizing staff to recommence design and permitting for the new public works facility at PRC Way with approved Paso Road Work Order 21-01. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, as you know, we put this work order on hold as you consider the Jenkins facility for relocation of public works. As that has not moved forward or materialized, staff is requesting the commission authorize staff to recommence the design effort with Paso Road Associates.
Oh, we're voting on, so move.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion for a second. Is there any further discussion? And so I'll start the discussion. Commissioner Campbell, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, sir, I was actually going to come in and second it, but Commissioner McCaskill handled it.
Yeah, and so this project was basically delayed for us to look at the opportunity of at the Jenkins Middle School project as an opportunity for us to be able to put the facility there. It has been on hold. There's been no traction as it relates to that property. And we've, in essence, left Paso Road in a holding pattern until such time along with staff. And so this was the perfect opportunity for us to bring this forward to see what the sentiments of the commission was as it pertained to moving forward with our initially chosen destination, for lack of any other term, because we've looked at several over the years. And I guess this would be the preferred landing spot prior to the conversation of Jenkins Middle School. And because the whole thing was getting stale, for lack of any other term. And so this is where we are at this point. In light of that, is there any other discussion or comments at this time? If not, we'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries unanimously. Let's move forward. Next up, sir. Next up is our memorandum of agreement, adopt resolution number 2022 R105, memorandum of agreement between the city of Palakka and Calvary Baptist Church of Palakka, Inc. for allocation of $35,000 for repairs of Virginia Olympic Pool and the Calvary Baptist Church Family Life Center.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. A resolution of the city of Palakka, Florida, authorizing the mayor and the interim city clerk to execute and attest a memorandum of agreement between the city of Palakka and Calvary Baptist Church of Palakka, Inc. for the allocation of $35,000 for the repairs of a junior Olympic pool in the Calvary Baptist Church Family Life Center, providing an effective date and providing for scrivener's errors.
Before we do that, we have a representative for Calvary present, Pastor Johnson. So I guess before we get into the memorandum, I'll have council kind of go through the memorandum just to talk a little bit about what we have in place. I just wanted to make sure. There were some circumstances that came to light. Can someone please update us as to what the changes have been in the last? Pastor Jay, can you update us as to what have been the changes as it relates to the Life Center over the last, since the last meeting? No changes? Yes. Yeah.
Could he cut on the mic? I can't hear.
You can't. You can cut the mic on. Make sure the blue button's on.
No changes have occurred at the Family Life Center since our last meeting.
Okay. So one of the things, and I'll just say, one of the things that I was informed of is that there was a possible change in ownership on the facility.
Yeah, possible of a collaboration partnership. There's a possibility of partnering in a venture of doing affordable housing and things of that nature. But there's no changes that have taken place since the last meeting.
An individual, if I may, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
An individual approached me and informed that he was going to be purchasing the Life Center and given X amount of dollars, and a specific terminology was 1 million, but we had to give 35,000 first. And I was kind of taken aback because I responded to the individual at that time and said, if you can give the 1 million, surely you should be able to give the 35. But he said that he was in objection to giving the 1 million, we had to give the 35 first. So I'm just sharing, I hadn't shared that with any other, of course, elected officials, but that was brought before me just recently.
I'm also in a learning of something along those same lines. I've spoken with the individual as well, and I understood that Family Life Center piece would be sold off, and the $35,000 was also mentioned. So that's what I've been in communication with.
Yeah.
And one more thing, I'm sorry. And I do have to admit that that individual did follow up with the text and asked me not to mention anything to the church members because he did say he hadn't spoken with any of you all, so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's your question. That's your answer there. She just answered it.
Answer what?
Whoever texted said, don't say anything has been mentioned to the church members. And so I have nothing in writing. I have nothing concrete, nothing in writing to
Mr. Holmes.
Of anything. But several people always give me opportunities and presentations, but I've not decided to move on anything as of yet.
Well, I can just tell you,
I'm the pastor of the church, so whatever I say is going to be word is bond.
well, I understand. Well, I just say my position on it or whatever. In the event that this does happen, I would like to put some form of a caveat in there that protects the city and its funds going toward something that was supposed to benefit the entire community, that does not change hands within a 5 to 10 year period. I mean, that's what I would like to see in there so that we know that that public benefit will be in there along with whatever's been written up by our staff. So I don't have a problem with giving the monies for the effort, but not to make it as a condition to turn property over to another entity. That's just my only issue.
Mr. Holmes?
Mayor, I have an obligation, obviously, to reveal and tell the commission that Mr. Bingham, who's in the room today, advised me last week, I guess it was, that he was buying the Family Life Center. And that, as a matter of fact, that he expected title work to be completed by Friday last and thought he might have a deed by tonight. So, that was in my office. It was not in confidence in any way. It was me as city manager and him coming in to talk to Miss Lisa and me. So, I mean, not saying there was anything improper about him buying. I'm just saying that that information was provided to me and I'm obligated to provide it to the commission.
So again, I'm always being presented opportunities, and but Family Life Center, we will still retain control of the building, the swimming pool, and the services, stuff like that. If something like that was to transpire, it wouldn't be a complete disbandment of the facility, nothing like that. If something was to happen, but I have no. There is no agreement. There's no paperwork signed, anything like that.
So is there or is there not a contract for purchase of this particular facility by Mr. Bingham?
I don't have no contract right now.
And there was no discussion at all about that?
There were presentations, but there's nothing that's legit as of yet.
Are you currently in negotiations?
We're discussing a joint venture that would do affordable housing and other opportunities to the city.
Does the joint venture, will the joint venture change title of the property?
That could be possible, but I don't know.
My condition would be, well, you know, again, what I said in terms of.
But if it changed ownership, we would still be in control of the building.
No, but what I'm saying is the condition that I'm doing to put in protection for the city would be that it does not change hands. If we're gonna give $35,000 for somebody to purchase a building based on the $35,000 condition, that if we provide that, it get repaired, the sale transaction goes through, and we have basically paid for closing costs or whatever it may be. So I don't want it to be looking in any way that because it's based on the condition that the city gives $35,000. That's why my condition would be not to do it within a 5 to 10 year period.
Now you said that the sale of the property will be based on the city giving $35,000. What did you say it again? Let me make sure I understand.
What I said was that it was stated that if the city would give the $35,000, the transaction would, may occur. I'm opposed to giving $35,000 and for it to change ownership. If he's gonna buy it, let him buy the property. Let him buy the property. I mean, if he's gonna do it, but not based on the condition that the city gives $35,000.
That's why I just asked you. There would be no sale based on the condition of the city getting $35,000.
Commissioner Campbell?
That was gonna be a sale. It wouldn't have nothing to do with the city.
Just 1 second, sir.
I guess my question, I'm a tad bit concerned that we're even to this point, and I completely appreciate the transparency of our city manager and bringing this information to us. I understand the conversation or the dialogue that Commissioner Borum, and I agree to a certain extent, but I feel that even with previous conversations that we've had, that the facility, of course, if we were to give that $35,000, that there was no time frame in which the public use would be minimized or limited to a certain time frame. So I wouldn't want to shoot ourselves in the foot with regards to that if we were by putting a time frame, because again, if it's going to be a part of the community, we want to make sure that our commitment that we've given remains there infinity, if possible. But going back to more specifically the conversation or the comment that our city manager made, how could we be to this point if he thought that everything would be done or at least have things written by tonight if there hadn't been some substantial conversation that has taken place?
As far as what?
As far as the moving forth with the purchasing or whatever was put forth by the gentleman that's present in the audience.
At the time when, I have to reveal this, at the time when the conversation was brought before me, again, I did tell you all that there was a text that was followed up from Mr. Bingham indicating that none of the members had heard anything about it, but there was a church member sitting there with him at the time. So I don't know what discussions were held prior to me speaking with Mr. Bingham that day or subsequent to me leaving his presence. So I just want to be transparent before we move forward with anything and everything's laid out on the table.
Yeah, the transparent is cool, but that's not how churches work. Well, for any sale to take place, I would have to have adequate information. I would have to go before my board, and then I would have to go before the church.
Mr. Mayor,
None of that has transpired.
I mean, no offense, but it seems like we're doing a lot of dancing. Mr. Bingham's here, and I'm telling you, and if he wants to reject or if he wants to contradict what I'm saying, then he's more than welcome to. But I was told flatly, he had a deal to buy the New Life Center for $1. He was going to fix it, invest a lot of money in it to repair it, and then he might sell it back to the church. And that was going to include property across the street from the church where he intended to put small houses. He met with Lisa regarding that particular potential. And And he told me what I told you about title work being done by Friday and perhaps having a deed by Thursday. So that doesn't sound like tentative negotiations to me in my world, and I've dealt in that world a long time. But if he wants to say that he didn't say that, or that I miss huh?
Mr. Bigman, you want to come forward?
And he can say that, but on our end, just like you guys, that ain't gonna change the fact that I'm gonna have to do my due diligence with my congregation.
Well, that's fine. Let me have Mr. Bingham come forward right now. State your name for the record, please, sir.
Colin Bingham, 8237 Bay Tree Lane, Jacksonville. What I said to you is 100% correct. I put together a package and I presented it to the church, and all the ducks had to be in a row for me to make a presentation to the church. And when I texted you, I did say that I wanted you to just keep it under the hat because he hasn't spoken to his church yet. So, and I didn't say you guys had to get the $35,000 first. What I did say is the $35,000 to start the pool. That's when one of the church members, Reverend Jones, asked me to come by and look at this building. I love the building. So I said I would spend my money to put the building up to shape to finish the phase 2 of the construction that has not been finished in 15, 16 years, whatever that time frame is. In order for me to put my money into it, or if I was to get a bank loan to do the complete the building, I would have to have ownership to that building. That's the reason I said I'll buy it for $1. I'll put the money in to finish the building. And then when the building is completed and you guys have paid back that loan that I would be taking out, whether it's my money or a bank loan, I'll sell it back to you guys for $1. This is out of the kindness of my heart to help out the community. Has nothing to do with the $35,000 being held ransom for you guys to put the 35 before I put the 1.2 million into it.
So you're putting 1.2 million into kindness?
No, once it's paid back by the lease, well, I'm going to lease it. There's other businesses that want to take over space in the Family Life Center of the spaces that have not been completed yet. The church still has 100% control over phase 1 where they have the CO. Nothing is changing there.
So if you're doing that, so would it be a hardship for you to do 1.235?
Well, no, it wouldn't be, to be perfectly honest. But the reason I jumped into this is because the city was going to show some interest in the $35,000. That's what sparked my interest when I was asked to come and see it by Reverend Jones. So to be perfectly honest, to say that I would not put any money into it unless the city put the $35,000, that's not a true statement. The true statement is that was what the catalyst that brought me to the table.
I repeated it to you and you confirmed what I said. So it's there. I'm not the type of commissioner that goes back and forth, but I am putting it out there, the conversation that I recall us having in the presence of the church member that you revealed, and I didn't. So.
Yeah. And when we met at Home Depot, you shared the same similar thing with me.
That I presented to the church that I would do all that, but I have to have security for the loan. And that's the only reason.
But you mentioned based on the 35,000 that we were supposed to be given to the Family Life Center to get the pool up to par, and then you would take over the
completion of phase 2 as per the building plans. Yes.
Do you have executed real estate sale agreement?
I do not have an executed agreement. I have the paperwork that I've done to show that I'm sincere and how the whole process would work so that Pastor Jay could take it to the congregation and the board to show them how the process would work and how they get their church back after the loan.
Did you show Mr. Holmes an agreement?
I have not shown him the purchase and sale agreement. No. I showed him the tiny homes.
You offered me an agreement to look at.
And
I told you I wasn't going to look at it because it wasn't my business. You remember that?
That's a true statement.
Okay.
So you do have an agreement?
I have my presentation. I do not have an executed agreement.
Do you have an agreement? Hold on, I'm talking right now. Give me a second. So you said you have an agreement for tiny homes or something else?
I have a presentation. I showed my vision of the dwellings.org in Tallahassee for tiny homes to be built on those lots around the retention pond and across the street on the lots that the Calvary Church owns.
Okay. My biggest issue with this whole thing, and unless you guys just came up with the conversation in overnight, is we've been going back and forth talking about this $35,000. And for me to get a call in from the city manager to say, hey, the Family Life Center is being purchased by Colin Bingham and they're working some kind of deal. It seems like that would have been something that would have been brought forward in the midst of all the conversation, let me finish. Oh, and it should have been forthcoming. It should have been something, because at the end of the day, we can raise your hand. I get you. I got you. I see you. But my thing is, it seems as though that was a detail that just should have been shared, considering the fact that the city is looking to come forward, and it wasn't. And that's the piece. I didn't want to hear it from, I would much rather have heard whatever the conversation was from while we were sitting up here discussing this memorandum of agreement, as opposed to it being said, hey, the Life Center may close and this deal may close by next Friday, which is absolutely what was, what was shared. And that part to me was just kind of a startling moment as it relates to what's in place. And that's where I have angst, because, more than anything else, absolute candor is what we need. Yes, sir.
Yeah, when we started this journey about petitioning this commission for $35,000, we had not had any conversations. So there is nothing of non-integrity or had any information, because it hadn't transpired yet. Now, personally, I would like to do a deal, collaborate with somebody where we can move that area forward and that city forward, or whatever deal that would be made. We will still retain control of the facility, and we will still retain control of that swimming pool. And the intentions on that swimming pool will still be the same. I got another concern, because we talking about $35,000. We talk about can't sell a building for 5 to 10 years. $35,000 does not pay for 5 to 10 years. So let's take that off the table right now.
If you sell the building, then what would that do as somebody who's taking control as a new owner, that they might not even allow, let me finish.
Yeah.
They might not even allow for the public to access the facility, because you, at that point, you no longer own it.
Okay.
It would be changed.
Okay, let's say for the sake of argument, that was true. But that $35,000, first of all, we will have to calculate how many hours to pay out that $35,000, right? Of the hours and the time that the $35,000 for 5 to 10 years. You all wouldn't do no other organization like that. You wouldn't do no other organization like that. $35,000 to, how much time would that cover? Would that be 6 months or a calendar year? How long would the $35,000? Because then we can get, let's say we did $35,000 for the calendar year.
Last meeting, you said in perpetuity.
Yeah, I never said no.
You said that.
Perpetuity for no $35,000.
You
Roll the
said,
tape.
we can roll the tape,
No,
but
you
you
asked me,
said,
will we come
are you
back
gonna
to the
talk?
city?
You gonna?
And I said, yes.
So unfortunately, this is the one meeting that you don't talk over me. You can, so what we do in this meeting is, you said that your plan was to keep that pool open for as long as you wanted. What you didn't want was to be constrained to saying that you would have, that if it was open for 5 days, we agreed to 6 or anything to that effect. But you said that the plan was to keep that pool open in perpetuity, and that you didn't want to be hamstrung with someone saying, oh, we agreed to keep this pool open and accessible to the public, and someone saying, oh, your example was to say, oh, we only kept it open 5 days this week and you agreed to do 6, and you didn't want to have that piece of tape rolling on there based upon the terms that were there. But you expressly said that you were going to have that pool open long term. I wholeheartedly, and my thing was, I wholeheartedly didn't believe that $35,000 locked somebody in perpetuity, because it shouldn't.
I didn't either.
But in your speaking, you puffed this thing up way more than it should have been puffed up.
No, I didn't.
Well, I mean, you
That's
say
not
you
true.
didn't, but that's what I heard.
We have it on video, so that's not true. What I said was, we will be responsible in keeping it open in perpetuity. I didn't say the $35,000 will cover perpetuity. That I did not say.
No,
that's on video, because this is recorded, so we can always go back, and I'll make sure our attorneys go back with it as well.
We can
But
watch
that's
it
not
together.
true.
We can watch it together.
Yeah.
Pastor, I thought you said that the access would be in perpetuity. We give the $35,000 to get the pool up and running, and the public will have access in perpetuity.
Based on our scheduling, based on what we can afford, because the maintenance and all that, not based on the city being in control for $35,000 in perpetuity.
Just making a contribution.
Exactly. But not city control.
But to take it a step further, Commissioner Jones, I think, said a year, right?
Yes, that's what he said. He said a
suggested a
calendar
year, but you
He
said,
suggested a
but
year,
then you
yes.
said more than you said in perpetuity. He said, he gave you an out, but you said more.
I was in agreement with his calendar year in terms of the $35,000. The perpetuity would be on our end, like we keep our gym open in perpetuity.
Now, let me take you back to this sale, because I think we've gone a little off base, but my whole thing is this: if you lose, if you give up title to this in a joint venture, or however you choose to characterize it, it can be a partnership or whatever it may be. But if the record owner changes within for the facility as a whole, if the record owner changes on the facility, unless there is some agreement in place, which specifically says, and answer the question after you sign the contract, but if the record owner changes on the property, and let's say it goes to Mr. Bingham's company, to his CDC. So at that point, if they become the record owner of the facility based upon the agreement that you have, and there is some right of first refusal or the ability for you to repurchase the property at some particular time and interest. Outside of that, how do we guarantee that you have those same controls that are promised without us seeing an agreement or knowing exactly what you two are agreeing to?
I'll answer that specifically. The proposal that is in place that we're looking at and talking about, I will lease back to the space that they already have for $0 for the phase one, which includes the pool. They have 100% control of the pool. That's not what I'm trying to accomplish here. All I'm trying to do is satisfy your request for low-income housing back in there and to finish phase two of the pool or the Family Life Center. So that's all I'm trying to do. The lease gives them 100% access to the pool, which they can contract under this whole agreement. I'm not trying to supersede any agreement you guys are having. I'm trying to put icing on top of the cake and open the Family Life Center back to the day you and I had this conversation about how good it was back in the day. I'm just trying to return that back to where it was and offer the kids a place to go.
I just have a question.
And
I have to ask this question, and I won't be okay until I ask it. So if we were talking about phase two of the facility, why would you make contact with the city manager and two of our commissioners with regards to the potential sale if it was with regards to the second phase and not the entire center?
Well, the second phase is inside of the center. It's unfinished work inside of the
I'm very
footprint of the
familiar
Family
with it, but if we're talking about the second phase, why was that conversation not specifically had with those whom you contacted?
If I understand your question correctly, my intent was to finish phase two and do the housing in the same time frame, offering a lease back to the church to do everything that you guys are talking about. The addition of the affordable housing was based on what you guys have been begging for on the north side, in affordable housing on the north side. When I came to meet with the city, I came to meet with Lisa to make sure that I could build, the planning director, Lisa Walsh, make sure I could build and do what I was proposing as far as it goes for the affordable housing. I had to do my due diligence to make sure I could build on those lots. As far as the title goes, I did go to a title company to make sure that the title for the pieces of property were good. In order for Pastor Jay to go to his congregation and his board and say, I had to have my ducks in a row. So, when I talked to you guys in the public, I thought I was doing a good thing by saying, hey, listen, there's great stuff happening in the Family Life Center. In his speeches, and when Lisa was talking, they wanted to bring more people into the Family Life Center and get it back to the way it was. That's all I'm trying to do here. If this is going to be some huge negative, I'm trying to do a positive thing here. And I'm starting to get a little frustrated because you guys are looking at me like we're trying to do something that's bad. I'm trying to do something that's great for that neighborhood, and it's getting thrown back.
That's an assumption, and I'm looking, and I would feel safe to say that because we're listening to you, and eye contact is very important when others are speaking. But I feel that I would rob the community and my constituents if I didn't share the conversation that we had before we even go into a deal, because this is the topic of discussion on this dais tonight. So I'm sorry that you're getting frustrated, but we have to be very candid and transparent with one another, even if it was $1 that we were contributing.
And
And even with the frustration, I'll speak for myself. I too am frustrated simply because we're at this point where we should have been just making a simple decision to move forward. But then we're now presented with additional information, which again, we have to take in consideration. So your frustration is one thing, but our frustration is another thing, because we're the one who have to stand behind this decision if we make it. And again, we don't want nothing. And we said previously that we did not want anything that could possibly come back and bite this deal, regardless of what it was. And we stood firm on that. And that's why I asked in every meeting, are we willing to make sure that we do things decent and in order?
I'm frustrated too myself, because I know you're trying to do a good and noble thing, but at the same time, I did not come to you and ask you anything when I saw you at Home Depot. You brought that to me and you showed me, you shared with me, and you stated that you were going to buy Calvary Life. I mean, not Calvary, but you're buying the Family Life Center. And I didn't ask for that information, but you gave that up to me, and you said the other things that you're going to do with the affordable housing piece. And excuse me,
Mr. Jones, can you fill out a card for me? Well,
there's
then,
nothing
okay.
bad about it.
Come on, don't do that. Listen, don't yell in the meeting. I won't yell in the middle of a sermon. Don't yell.
What we're dealing with here is we were supposed to be ruling on the $35,000, which we were ready to do that, but presented with this new information that the Family Life Center would be sold, that put a whole nother it's put a whole nother spin on what we were trying to accomplish. And it bothers me, the fact that we were going to do this and we just learning all of this new stuff. You talked to another commission, I didn't know, but when you talked to me at Home Depot. And so I'm just confused. And I don't want the decision that we make on the 35,000, whether people say is income is insignificant or whatever it may be, is $35,000 that come out of our taxpayers' money that they hold us accountable for. I'm a fiscal responsible person. I'm not just going to just throw money out there, especially when I learn stuff like that. It bothers me, and I was all for helping them move forward with the decision to forgive Calvary the money. But when I learned that put a sour taste in my mouth.
Hold on.
You know, for whatever, but I'm confused. I'm confused.
Hold on a second. Let me ask Mr. Big my question before I get back to you. So that we're clear, does the decision on the pool have any impact on your decision to build affordable housing on the property?
Choose my words very carefully. Again, I'm going to flash back to the goal of this was to do good things. I will still do a joint venture with the church and with Reverend Jones and Pastor Jay and Pastor Dems, because I believe in what they're trying to accomplish over there. It's not going to stop me from doing what I think is the right thing for the community and for the right thing for affordable housing. The county, city needs affordable housing, period.
The state, the country, everybody needs it. Absolutely.
Now, on a personal level, my reputation is to be discharged at any percentage is going to be a challenge for me. I will tell you that perfectly honestly. No personal things against you guys. I presented to you guys on the street and at Home Depot to try to show you guys that there's positive stuff going on over there. If you took it a different way, then I will take 100% responsibility for that.
Mr. Bingham, I can't let you leave thinking I didn't take it a different way, but it was a concern and it was something that you brought to my attention. So therefore, I'm just revealing it and sharing it with my fellow commissioners because they need to know, because we have to make these decisions. And I do feel that you have good intentions. And I appreciate the fact that you're considering the north side and doing things over there. So I don't want you to leave out of here thinking that I feel that you had ill intent and it was not out of good intentions. Okay. But I have to be transparent with conversations that are shared with me when it has to do with taxpayers' dollars.
And I understand that. Again, the proposal was, I felt it rude. The reason I said don't mention it, I'm not trying to hide it, I'm not trying to be evasive, but the proposal and all the due diligence work that I've been doing since I thought this would be a good idea, he hasn't gone to the board of the church yet. And I thought it was rude that I'm talking to other people about it, but I wanted to share it with you guys so you know about it today.
So
and
the
you can lift it
purpose
up.
of me mentioning that, so that it wouldn't make the church look bad as if they knew. I mentioned that so the public would know that you did inform me that allegedly the church members had not known, but you did have a church member there. So that was the purpose, not to make you look bad, but to be transparent in the conversations that we had.
Okay.
Via text or oral.
And I think that's super, super important. When people bring things to us that no commissioner, mayor should just hold stuff to themselves and it's a secret, that should be known to everybody on the dais, for sure. I mean, that's just transparency. And I know this board loves transparency. And
Can I just say one more thing before you take over? As far as what I want to go forward after this, when I put together a capital stack or the financing for any project, there are federal grants, there's all these subsidies. I consider what you guys doing part of the capital stack as a grant towards the overall project. So.
And let me say this on public record, that I appreciate Colin being willing to partner with us on the north side to make some positive things happen that probably should have happened 20, 25 years ago. So I want the public to know that I appreciate him being willing to partner with us to do great things for not only the north side of Palakka, but for Palakka and the entire county. Now, with that being said, to clear up some confusion, Calvary Family Life Center will retain control of that building and of that swimming pool. If the opportunity plays out and it was to happen, which I don't know, there would never be any deals that would be made that I could not retain control as pastor of the church. I can guarantee you that, or the Family Life Center, that couldn't happen. You can take that to the bank. But my concern would be about this $35,000 in perpetuity. $35,000, would that cover the calendar year? How long would that $35,000 cover?
That's what we wanted. That's what I wanted to see in the memorandum and in your agreement is what was the terms? That was the purpose of the agreement. Council, what's the understanding? What was your understanding as to how long the 35,000, what was the term for any obligation for repayment or proration? I mean, there's other stuff as related to this agreement. Was that something that you guys discussed in detail?
I spoke to the church's attorneys. They contacted me. We had a conference call. I told them that I would draft, I would submit a draft to them. I submitted the draft to them probably about 2 weeks ago. I heard from them this week. They asked me if they could make any changes. I have not heard anything else from them. But what I did draft based on the notes that I took, even though I did have the incorrect amount, I apologize for that. It was in perpetuity because Commissioner Jones said a 1 year, and we were like, well, no, the church said it would be in perpetuity, that the city would have access, to utilize the pool. And so I wrote up this memorandum of agreement. I spoke to Ms. Thomas too at one time, and I told her that I had submitted the agreement to the attorneys, and I was waiting for their response. But one of the things I did include was that if Calvary had received any funding prior to the any of the parties, the city or Calvary, could cancel or terminate this agreement. But one thing I want to say before I go through the terms of the agreement is that what I have here is an agreement between the city and Calvary Baptist Church of Palakka. If I know that there was another party in here, I would have drafted this agreement differently. I thought we were dealing with Calvary Baptist Church of Palakka, Inc. I went on Sunbiz to make sure that I knew what their official name was and that we would be dealing with that entity. I had no idea that there was a possibility of another entity being a part of this. And if so, I would have drafted a different agreement that would have spoken to those factors. Okay. What I did put in here also was the, of aquatic services. I wanted a schedule of operations, budgeting, marketing plan, cleaning, maintenance, repair schedule, personnel and events provided to the city that will be incorporated as an attachment, exhibit A to this agreement, so that we would know exactly what would be going on, that everybody who was working at the aquatic center, is what I called it, would not be employees, agents, independent contractors, interns, consultants of the city. They would be solely employed by the church. Also, I asked for a liability insurance in the amount of $5 million to cover any kind of accident or any kind of injuries that occurred while city citizens were utilizing the pool. And I also wanted to make sure that all the personnel that would be with the city as an additional insured with this $5 million policy. And I also wanted to make sure that everybody who was working at the pool was certified, were whatever kind of license, whatever, that they had that as part of working at there. And I also put in the provision that if Calvary found out that the $35,000 was insufficient to repair the pool because they had given us a sort of a budget, then we could cancel terminate this agreement, because the amount was supposed to be $35,000, and that's what they said.
Yeah, we were looking for, but when you had to hit actually $3 million, that's what I got in the, yeah, $3 million is what you had in the letter. That's the letter I got. So it wasn't $5 million, it was $3 million.
I did put $3 million as a liability insured with the city as an additional insured. And I went back and changed that when I changed the 35 to $35,000 from the 39. I wanted to make sure that there was adequate insurance to cover any kind of accidents or any kind of death, that it may possible, that it might occur at the pool.
Well, first, let me clear what I meant by perpetuity. I was in agreement with Commissioner Jones with a calendar year based on hours and the breakdown in the numbers. What I meant by perpetuity is, and I said this, and this is recorded, that the $35,000 will help us to get the pool up and running, but we would take care of all expenses and we will always keep it open so that the city will have access to it. That means the residents. I didn't mean that the city commissioners or the city will have control or any kind of liability to it. That's not what I meant.
We weren't looking for any control. We were just making.
But that would be control 5 to 10 years. That'd be control. That would be control 5 to 10 years. That would be control. Yeah, that would be control 5 to 10 years. Yeah, that would be the city telling us what to do for 5 to 10 years. Yeah, that would be control.
That's something we agree on.
Well,
He didn't even agree with me on that one.
I just want to take the dollars that we spend, and when I learned that there was a potential sale of the property, then that was a game changer in my mind. And so,
Commissioner, we could put in the MOU that if we did the calendar year, that we would guarantee that that calendar year would be fulfilled with the swimming pool and access. We can do that. That would be easy to do. That'd be no problem to do.
So what I'm hearing, so that we don't continue, I want to give every commission an opportunity to speak as it relates to this matter before we take some action on this particular issue. Commissioner McCaskill.
Again, I've shared my concerns, and I want to express that I also appreciate the fact that you have taken an interest in the North Side and want to do great things. I had no doubt that was never not your intent to do. But you're welcome. But there are concerns before moving forward. I'm saying that I'm not in agreement and helping out, but I think tonight we need to really consider that there are other entities involved and consider moving forward with the time and not saying power, but we have our constituents under an ideation that they would have opportunity to not be charged for that swimming pool and have access for life, basically. I mean, you did say that, I'm looking not to ever charge, for the citizens to be able to have free access to this pool, but it just sounds like I'm hearing things different. So
No, you're not
I just
hearing
want us to
things-
make sure that we can.
Yeah, you're not hearing things different, and we can guarantee that in a in a memorandum of understanding. That would be not an issue because we do it now with other areas of the facility. We're doing it now with the gym, and the city don't have no control, don't have no say so about have young people in the gym right now playing basketball and summer leagues and things of that nature. But that $35,000 is seed money to get the swimming pool up and running, not for the city to control it. We will have to make sure we have the certified lifeguards and things of that nature. We already have adequate insurance that facilitates the entire facility. That's why the request was the seed money, not for any liability to be on the city. And yes, we will make everything free like we are already doing. This is not something, see, this is what I want to make sure this is on public display. Make sure that this is put in the newspaper. We're already providing resources. We're already doing that, so that wouldn't change. So your concerns would not change. If we did the $35,000 for a calendar year, it would be guaranteed that that calendar year and that understanding with the commissioners, that will be guaranteed, that time frame. But even after that time frame, our responsibility as loving people for this community is we are committed into keeping it open even after the funding time expired. That's what I meant by perpetuity. Just like we're doing now with other programs and opportunities in the facility. So I don't want us to act like that we're not already doing that. We're already doing that. But this $35,000 will help us get the swim pool up and running. We can do a calendar year and put in the MOU that we will guarantee that that calendar year will be fulfilled. But even after that, we will continue to have opportunities for free. That's what I'm committed to as the pastor.
Commissioner Boer. I'm sorry, Commissioner Council, is that everything? Commissioner Boer.
Again, Mr. Bingham, I appreciate you and thank you for your investments and all your good deeds and what you want to do over on the north side and your partnership with Calvary. Well, thank you for that. But in terms of, I want to give you guys the money to help make this thing happen for the community. And if you could put that in the MOU, that'll satisfy my case. I mean, if it's in an MOU, I just want to make sure that the community benefits from the monies that would be coming from this city and this leadership.
Yeah, that would be no problem. That
Commissioner,
that'd be no problem.
Commissioner Campbell.
I am in agreement. Again, I don't think there was ever a question that we're not in agreement with the moving forth of the requested funds. However, in any given case that we are provided with additional information, of course, we have to entertain that in a manner to make sure that, one, we are completely transparent to the city, to the citizens of the city, who taxpayers is benefited from, who taxpayers' money is going towards this and the things of that nature. So again, us having this conversation in this dialogue on tonight, it doesn't come with being pushed back or anything of that nature. It comes with the nature of our job. And so we're doing what it is that we have been entrusted to do with regards to the citizens of Palakka. And again, I am all for it, but I want to make sure, and I'll harbor this into the day until we vote yay or nay, I want to make sure it is done decent and in order. Thank you.
Commissioner Jones.
Well, I didn't get a conversation with Mr. Bingham. Yeah, I would have disclosed it as well. But the conversations we're having now, Pastor, and we've had the last few weeks, it just seemed deceitful to me. I'm being more than honest and open with you. Mr. Bingham, you guys had the conversation. It's obvious that a deal is going to be made. And I'm too. I want to see affordable housing. I don't want to see low income housing. I want to see affordable housing. That's pardon me. Yeah. But someone told me that it was going to be tiny houses. And you want to? Yeah.
I've had some requests from people that simply can't afford a house that's $200,000. So the only way for me to build a house that is cheaper and under 100 or in the $100,000 range with today's construction prices is to make a smaller house. So specifically, an elderly lady asked me, she needs a living room and a kitchen area and a bathroom and a roof over her head where she doesn't have to worry about it until she passes. And that, in my mind, is a 220 square foot house that the Dwellings has in Tallahassee and other places across the country.
You said how many square foot?
220 square feet.
I don't think that's the kind of housing that we're looking for in the particular area. You're talking about North 14th and Bronson area. So that's one of the things. And I think we need to know the details. Not that we're partnering with you, it's the church, it is the church. What's confusing to me, I'm not frustrated at all. It's educational and it's actually, it's gonna be beneficial for everybody in our community to hear how these things go down. When you're talking about, we talked about partnering with the church at first, then we started getting letters with people either for or against us partnershiping with the church. Then we say, no, it's not with the church, it's actually with Family Life Center. They said, no, it's the Miami not-for-profit that we're dealing with. And so it's just been a change every time we present it, Mr. Johnson. So it kind of confuses me. Now the deal here, that's what we're talking about now. And personally, I'm not gonna go long. Personally, I would say, Mr. Bingham is gonna invest. You guys are gonna partner. I think you guys could accomplish both of your goals without the city's money, without the taxpayers' money being involved. And if you open your pool and if you have to charge, which I think you're gonna have to do in the long run anyway, you're gonna have to charge to keep your pool up and running, or you're gonna be in the same predicament you're in right now. And people we don't wanna address it the way it really is, but that's how it is. So you're gonna have to eventually charge. And I listen very well, and you're careful with your words and you use as long as we can. We're gonna have it up and running as long as we can, and as long as we could do it. We don't know, that could be 90 days. And you say, we couldn't get the lifeguards. It's a shortage right now. If you look at the news, we couldn't get the lifeguards to sustain a safe environment. We can't upkeep it. The $35,000 got us up and running, but we can't keep it up. Then you're back in the same predicament. So if you're gonna get in debt, I think the mayor said it best. If he's Mr. Bingham is gonna finance 1.2 million, 35,000. Could also go on the tail end of that loan. If you're gonna make it and you're gonna make a presentation to the church. And that's all I'm saying on that. And I think that you could, because you don't wanna, the agreement that our attorney, Ms. Thomas, just talked about, you say, oh no, not a 5-year agreement. Commissioner Borum has some stipulation. You say, no. So you basically, we gave you the presentation, it's already on the floor. You say no, so I think that's the answer to it as well. So we're not agreeing, but my position on it is I want to see that pool up and running, but I don't think that we should, knowing these new factors, contribute.
Before you rebut, let me bring up Ms. Kitchen. She has a speaker card. Open the floor for public comment, and then we'll give you a comment before I speak. Ms. Kitchen, before.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palakka, Florida, and a tax-paying citizen of the city of Palakka, might I point out. I'm not one bit confused. I know exactly what's going on here. It's called bait and switch. kudos to Mr. Bingham for telling you the truth. He told y'all exactly what's going on. Now, maybe the pastor was in the dark, didn't know it. He said he didn't know, and then he also said he met with Mr. Bingham. So I'll also give the pastor the credit of the doubt, but whoever's involved is called bait and switch. You all have been involved in this before, and you may not be aware of it. Let me give you some history. The Lions Club on Osceola Street. You had a reverter clause on that. If the Lions Club ever went away, it came back to the city of Palatka. The Lions Club deeded it to Tabernacle Baptist Church, who became the Life Church. You all felt that that was a good idea. You talked about it at a commission meeting, and as a result of that, you gave the church the reverter clause. You released your interest in it. That was in 2020. 2022, the Life Point Church, formerly known as Tabernacle, sells the building for $80,000 to Beck Sloan Properties, who happen to be in partnership at some degree with Mr. Bingham. Beck and Sloan is trying to buy Florida Furniture and Wilson Cypress. Mr. Bingham represents the owner of Wilson Cypress and Florida Furniture, which is not the Beck Sloan right now. The Lions Club property is currently assessed on the property appraiser's record, $114,490. Not only did you give it away because you said the church using it for a recovery center would be a very good thing, and they promised that's what it would be for, you lost the $80,000 sale in 2020, and you've also lost a $114,000 building. Now, as far as the pool goes, I thought it was a great idea. And I initially stood up here because the issue was religion, and it was the issue of discrimination and the First Amendment rights of freedom of religion. I think you have to think of a couple of things. First of all, you're setting precedents. How many other charitable organizations, religious or non-religious, are going to come to you and ask for money? Are you going to turn them down and say, well, we can't do it? And then they're going to sue you and say, well, you did it for the Calvary Baptist Church. But knowing what you know, and since Mr. Bingham has said out of the goodness of his heart, he's putting out $1.2 million for free, basically. He's giving that to the community out of the goodness of his heart. Now, I know what Dr. Albert Einstein looked like and Dr. Tom Dooley, American and German missionaries. He's not one of them, but he may be up there next to him if he's that great. But if he's that good, let him donate the $35,000 to the church. Now, the mayor directly asked the pastor, will you have ownership of the church? The pastor's reply was very good. He should be a lawyer. It was, we will control it. It's obvious they will not have control of the church. There's a saying says, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on you. If you give the money to this Family Life Center, and it was for only to bring the pool up to standards, nothing else, and yes, perpetuity and all that, and you wanted them to assure that they would let the community swim for free, which they did, all that kind of stuff. But if you give them that money, then shame on you. Let Mr. Bingham, out of the goodness of his heart, donate that $35,000 to him. Don't take it out of our taxpayer money. You don't need to do this. You've already lost one building when a church came up and promised you something, and 2 years later, boom, it's gone away. So I suspect that the same thing's going to be with this. You donate the $35,000. Don't give it to the Family Life Center. Just write a check to Mr. Bingham right now. Bypass the middleman. I mean, seriously, do not do that now. Thank you.
Anyway, is there anyone else here for public comment at this time? Seeing no one, close public comment. Back to you, Pastor.
Can I give two rebuttals? We will retain control of the building. Let me say it one more time. For those in the back that don't understand, we will retain control of the building.
Will you own it?
Rebuttal to Commissioner Jones.
Will you own the building?
Yeah, we will own the building. We will retain control of the building. Throughout the duration, if we had an agreement on the swimming pool, if there's an agreement on the swimming pool, we will fulfill the obligation with the swimming pool. But here's my rebuttal to you, Commissioner Jones.
Mm-hmm.
This notion that we couldn't do it for free, long term, and all. Do you have any evidence to back that up, or that's just you're just an idea?
Well, we asked
in my
you.
previous assignment, I've done it. I've done it for 14, 15 years, and the congregation is still doing this. I don't know I don't know how you can tell us what we will be able to do and what we would not be able to do.
Well, you haven't provided the documentation that we ask you to about the sustainability. So that's the first thing. So I know that our attorney just reiterated the same, that we ask you how you're going to do it. You haven't done that. But you have consistently asked for the money. So it's not that you're going to come up here and say, I mean, I don't want to really kind of make it seem like personal, but it's simple. If you bring the documents and we look at them, we agree, and we almost were there. Commissioner Bourne told you his stipulation. Attorney Thomas said as well, what's in the document. Did he get a copy of the document? Okay, so were you ready to sign the MOU as written?
No, not as written.
Okay, so that's what we presented to you. You can have 35,000. I think that's what that MOU was about, but you don't have the documentation to present to us. And this has been going on, sir. So you would have had that and been ready. You keep coming up here talking, but you don't bring the documentation and you feel that we're doing you wrong or a disservice, but we're not doing a disservice. Everyone up here agreed that we wanted to give the Life Center the money to get the pool up and running. But you seem to have a play on words to prevent you from presenting to us what we need to make this happen. So you don't, that's not, no, let me talk. We had to meet today, not church. So I don't want you to go out and say what we didn't do. On this one is what you didn't do. And I told you how I feel about what has transpired to this point. And Mr. Bingham's right behind you when I said, well, who will hold the mortgage to that church? And it won't be you. Not if he give you $1.2 million. I guarantee you he's not just giving you that money. You controls, and he explained the controls. It's 2 phases. So we do understand. I know, we've been referenced as some other things, but we're a little smarter than that.
If I got $1.2 million from the bank, would I have control?
If you got $1.2 million from the bank, it wouldn't be a partnership, it'd be a loan.
Yeah, I would have control.
And so that's the, so here, no, let me just say this. The devil's in the details. It'd have been a whole lot easier for us I could have went raised 35,000 by now. It's taken forever to get past this conversation. There are so many people in this community that are excited about the pool who are willing to cut checks, including me. You'd have got the money, you'd have got past all this bureaucracy and it'd been done. Tactic, candor, all those things have been issues as it relates to where we are right now. Even the change in circumstances and even strategically where you're going as it relates to the partnership. At the end of the day, the only reason the partnership throws red flags up is because the partnership indicated that there may be a change of ownership based upon a contractual piece. What that does is it mandates that there be additional protective clauses in place so that we're good stewards of the city's money. It's far different than if it was the money from my law firm or it was the money from another business in this community, because the only thing we care about is just getting it done. But when you just went through that audit and there were some findings in there as to how certain things were in place, you got to make sure you dot your I's and you cross your T's. And getting that money as opposed to any additional money creates its own set of rules. There are documents that have been requested that have not been provided. There are terms in this agreement that are material. I wholeheartedly agree that 35,000 shouldn't lock anybody in for a loan for an extended period of time of 5-10 years. But at the same time, if this was the TIF HIP program, which we previously had, and someone got $15,000 to fix their house, they were required to maintain ownership for a period of time, and it was prorated. If this was a program like the SHIP program, that owner has to maintain their property for 20 years. And that loan that they get, which is maximized at $40,000, is prorated and reduced on an annual basis based upon them maintaining ownership. And then it's forgiven and treated like a grant. In government, that has been kind of the overwhelming standard as to how certain grant opportunities are created based upon maintaining ownership of the property. When you provide when you put a situation in place which says ownership may change, whether it's on record or there's some additional instrument that's in place, then it causes council to have to put in additional clauses that meet those particular standards. And the biggest part for me is that sometimes it feels like you're hiding the ball. Like instead of just saying what it is, you're talking rhyme and riddle when you don't have to, because the heart up here is to support the Life Center all day long. You keep talking about the light, you keep talking about the north side like it's something new to us. I grew up on 1313 Eagle Street, moved to 1503, and I still live on the north side. And I've invested more money on the north side than 99% of the folks around here. So I love what goes on the north side because it's my neighborhood and I never left it. But the reality of it is this: we just got to make sure you dot I's and cross T's and stop moving the goal line. Because at the end of the day, all those additional things that keep happening every time we come to a meeting, the fact that when you said what you said, when Jones said a year, you really didn't mean in that same way. It wasn't that we took it wrong. You said it differently. And so here's the deal. The best thing I've heard come out of this thing tonight is that, in fact, you want it to be a 12-month agreement. There's a clear term on the 12-month agreement. There's some questions on ownership and question on transfer ownership and all this other stuff. Everybody loves the idea of having housing in the community and on the north side in particular. I don't know about 220. I don't know if I can even call 220 feet a house. But at the end of the day, I think there are opportunities for us to move the community forward as a whole. But you can't play with words. You got to be straightforward. You got to say what it is, and how it's going to be, and you got to stick to it. Once you put that line in the sand, make sure you stay where you are. That's all it is. We can be sorry and good for nothing and non-caring, but I love Palakka and I love my community, and I've sunk a gang of money into Palakka without anybody asking me and without getting it from anybody else. So, but I think at the end of the day, what really has to happen for this to become a reality is we got to put all the chips on the table. We got to say what the material terms of an agreement would look like. We got to stop adding different factors to this so it can get done. It's been months. All the tactics, all the play on words, all the other stuff. Man, if we just went out and raised this money, we'd have had it 2 months ago. I guarantee you get it. It's so many folks that want to see the pool open. There's so many people that want to have public swimming in Palakka. It could get done, but every time we walk in here, it's a new factor. And that doesn't make any sense. This should have been very quick and clean, but instead it's now muddy. And it's not muddy, and I'm gonna do it like this. I'm not gonna say that it's muddy from the standpoint of anybody trying to be wrong, but it's muddy because it's unclear. And I give you the benefit of the doubt that everybody's heart is in the right place as it relates to this particular project. I don't care about your tactics. At the end of the day, you could call me whatever you want, but call me a child of God when you finish. And I could be sorry and uncaring and all of that, but I love people. And I even love people who don't like me. And so, but the one thing more than anything else that I'm proud of seeing right now is that kids are in your center, that they're in your center at camp, they're in your center playing basketball, and at some point they're gonna be in the center swimming. And whatever we can do to get to that point, that's fine. But what we have to do in order to move forward is make sure that we deal with the details, and that it's no more moving the pendulum, and it's no more coming in here saying, oh, the center's gonna be sold. Because the easy question is, you just sold the edifice. Those resources could have been used, but they weren't. The city is continually investing in youth in this community, and we want to do that. But I just think that you've made it hard for people to trust everything that's going on in this situation, in this particular form. For a lot of folks, people, you've brought question to something that didn't need question brought to it. All it needed was details and candor and being able, in specific terms that are material so that it could be done. Let the lawyers do it. Pass the information on that council's asking for so that everybody can be informed when they make a decision, as opposed to guessing and hoping that nothing else comes up. Kudos to to Mr. Bingham. Kudos to you for trying to do something innovative in the community. I pray that it works. I pray that there's an absolute need for what's in place and that it meets the standards of the planning board as it moves forward through that process. But I do believe that right now, this is confusing. It's confusing to the simple person, it's confusing to the lawyer, and it's confusing to the people who've been following it, and it needs clarity. And so the reality is tonight, the document that's been put in place obviously isn't something that you're agreeable with based upon your statement. Council has other questions based upon the document. The commission seems to have their own reservations as it relates about certain things that are in place until they're cleared up. And so now you're tasked with making a decision as to how it moves forward as a commission. And that's where we are. And so I'm going to ask the commission at this point, what's your pleasure based upon everything that you've heard, and how do we get there?
Well, Mayor, I think we're at a state of our readiness based on what I've heard from council in terms of questions being answered from the contractual perspective. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
So at this point, we couldn't, the only ruling we need to make is if we can push this out to another set date, future meeting, with the possibility of working out those contractual requests, or the ruling would have to come based on what's in front of us, and we don't have, we can't rule because we don't have a contract.
I have to agree with Commissioner Borm. I would recommend that we, push the meeting out so that we can come back to the table again and possibly have a solution to this problem that we're having right now. That's set before us.
And I can agree with the commissioner as well. Then that will give us an opportunity to have our attorneys contact the attorneys, and we'll work out any additional detail that would need to be worked out. But beforehand.
And I have a question. Because again, I feel that, of course, like I agree with Commissioner Jones, every time we've come present, it's been something different. Can we not use this as an opportunity and a learning experience to possibly workshop this so that we're all in the vicinity having the same conversation as it is tonight, so that we could knock out, because if all of us have our different reservations, this would be an opportune time for us to speak about them candidly, openly, so that we can do a checklist and address all of these things at once. And so before it comes back to the commission, we're all clear so that there's nothing additional or nothing new, because if it comes back before us again and it's something different, we're going to be at the same position we are today.
Got a motion? Commissioner Campbell.
I'm listening.
Is that a motion?
A motion for a workshop?
Oh, well, his suggestion.
And the only reason I'm asking about this, because again, from this point, we've made the request for additional information every time we've had this conversation. And so in order to avoid new information coming to us that has not been vetted or discussed, again, we're going to be back in the same position that we have been the last couple of times we talked about it. And in order for us to, I believe, nip this in the bud, we have a checklist going into this meeting. We have all of our concerns put out on the table. Let's address it. Let's get it done with. So when it comes back before the commission, it's a simple yes or no moving forward, and let's get this done.
The checklist was the MOU.
Yeah.
That's, what's changing from the MOU?
Okay, so leaving this meeting, if we were to move forth with whatever the recommendation is, if whatever document comes back to us before, and we've done this with Boathouse Marina. So if it comes back to us, the next time it comes back to us, that's gonna be the final document.
That's what we agreed on with the MOU in the beginning. What's new?
Commissioner Norm, I'm not going against you, and I don't think this question is solely dedicated to you. I'm speaking more to our legal department, our city manager. If we leave this conversation with what we have already talked about now, in the conversation or whatever meetings happen prior to our next meeting, the MOU that comes before the commission, will that be the final document with regards to voting yay or nay?
What's going to change?
Well, there are terms, as the pastor said, that they don't agree with. So
Right,
there's going to have to
material
be some
terms.
negotiation as to what.
But those were the terms that we set in the meeting prior to. That's what we was aligned with, correct? Yes or
Right.
no?
I thought so.
Yes, that's what we did. That's what we all agreed on, Pastor. The MOU was what we walked out of this room with the last time, from my understanding.
Right.
If
And now that I know that there's a possibility of another party being involved in this, I will change some, yes, I will change some language in what I have presented to include that information.
I didn't agree on these terms the last meeting because I just got the letters. How would I agree with this with the last meeting? I just got the letter. How would that be possible?
when did you just get in there?
I just got this letter last week.
Did y'all respond to it?
I sent it to his attorney.
Did your counsel respond?
Yeah, the attorneys called me and they said this was what we was working at, but we never finished. I didn't even know about this meeting. I just found out about this meeting the other day.
The meeting was set during the last meeting.
I'm talking about to go into detail with this MOU.
Just
That's why I agree with Commissioner that we can go back and our attorneys will continue to work with the attorney.
I wish you'd agree with me and let me go fundraise and help you raise this money and get it done. We can set up one. Listen,
I'll contribute some of my personal funds. I mean,
That we can say things, as Commissioner Campbell said as well, are done decent and order, and all hearts and minds are clear at the end of the day. Why can we not workshop this thing and come back? We'll bring it back before the commission one more time.
I'll never get this hour of my life back. I think
Neither will I,
the
Mayor.
reality of it is this: listen closely. The community will support this effort. And it is far less of a headache than sitting in this and sitting up here.
I read a personal check.
I wholeheartedly want you to take that into mind. So whenever the workshop is, regardless of how you feel about certain things, if you want, I'll stand with you. And we can put this on and co-host it. And I guarantee you that we're gonna raise that money.
We can raise.
And so in the interim, if you want to do that, I offer that. Outside of that, this is where we are, but I wholeheartedly think that is the best route because it's a lot of stuff I'm not comfortable with right now. And unless it gets cleared up, I won't be comfortable. But I want to see the center prosper. And I wouldn't, and I'll take a risk with my donation as opposed to taking a risk with the city's money. They're two different things. And so, and I think there are a lot of people out there who wholeheartedly believe that something good is going to happen. But it's just too much stuff that keeps moving in this. It becomes uncomfortable in the way that it's presented. And you went from being in a position where 5 people were really excited and ready to move this thing forward. The 5 people are uncomfortable. But that's the thing. It's not even the fact that they're against it. It's that they've expressed being uncomfortable in being stewards of government's funding. And you got to ask more questions and moving forward. And that's not necessarily a good thing. But whatever the pleasure of the commission is, let's move forward at this time. So I need a motion so that we can take action in some capacity from someone on this commission at this point.
I motion the workshop this idea as soon as possible. And bring it back before the commission.
Second.
So motion on the floor for workshop. There's a second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
It's 3. Motion fails for workshop. Is there another motion?
Make a motion that we work through.
You got something?
I make a motion that we work, set this to a said day, to work through the MOU and bring that back before the commission, because those were clear, they were clear, and they need to make sure that those conditions are met.
May I speak, Mr. Mayor?
Just 1 second. I got a motion on the floor. As soon as we get, is there a motion on the floor? To, in essence, continue with the MOU until a date certain.
With the new conditions.
With directions of all, with the third party continue being involved.
Right.
I will second it for the sake of discussion to hear from the city attorney.
There's a motion for a second. Council, I'm sorry.
Mayor, I just wanted to make a suggestion. Council has worked diligently to put together an MOU that she thought was comprehensive, and knowing her, I'm sure it is comprehensive. I've scanned it, but I've not read it in great detail, but I'm sure it's addressed. It's thorough. Representative of the church has indicated that it's not acceptable to them. My suggestion would be, we can debate this ad infinitum, and a workshop would basically amount to a long, drawn-out negotiation process that even when you get through, you're not going to have a signed document. All you're going to do is have another quote agreement, which maybe everybody understood correctly, maybe everybody didn't, like the last one you had.
You want to mark up?
My suggestion would be to take, the representative has a copy of an agreement that the attorney prepared. Have them modify it with a red line, underlined version of what's acceptable to them, and submit it back to you. And you either accept it or you don't, and we're done with it.
I think just what you said is what we did.
Yes, right.
And now we lose control. Our attorney
You don't
just
have to approve it.
well, it's here today on this agenda as our regular business, and I agree with you. When we go, okay, here it is. Are we going to adopt this resolution? Or we could shut it down right now, and then they can start over with the process. I think that would be more of, we killed it on this end, but if you want to come back with further discussion with his attorney, we're out of that until they bring it back to us. That don't make sense?
If you vote it down, then you gotta need a motion for reconsideration to bring it back.
And I think this is
Let's
my.
say, Commissioner, because I didn't hear you down there. I mean,
This is.
All over again. The only thing different is that it's not going to be in a workshop setting. I mean, we'll start the process back over again. They come back with their attorneys, and they'll come back, they're on the agenda, do the same thing. Folks come up with public comment. We have a discussion on the dais. What is the difference? The difference is that it's on an agenda item for the commission versus it being a workshop.
Okay, my question or my request for the workshop is a combination of what we're all trying to accomplish. Mayor Hill has given the option of possibly going out and doing fundraising. Knowing when this workshop is, that could be something that is discussed in the workshop. Those who have a vested interest in saying that they are willing to give to this cause, they would be able to be there. Aside of what Attorney Holmes saying, it's that we work towards what has been given or what the yays or nays of what the Life Center is willing to do. But that was my request for the workshop, is to bring both ideas there. And if, again, those who are interested in saying, hey, we're willing to give, who's willing to come out on Front Street, come to the workshop. Let's see what we have there and then make the decision.
I give credit.
Come back to the church asking for this, and I haven't asked for anything at all, and I have to do a memorandum.
Well, I just think that our city attorney has done a most excellent job with putting together that contract. A lot of time been expended just with this slight modification with adding the third party in addition to whatever else they submit that to their guys. We've set the date, and if we come back with the ruling, there will be no more talking discussing. If it's not a go, it's just not a go. But again, that's on the flip side, we can still do fundraising. I'm telling you, I give a personal donation.
That offer ain't been accepted.
Yeah, because we only have one or maybe two things that we wanted to negotiate, modify. That was it.
Well, so I think with giving a set date, what our city attorney has worked out, in addition to the modification, that's just my suggestion. It'll be a lot simpler, I think.
The pastor said he's only one or two things.
He's ready.
Have he given it to you?
No.
What would you agree? What are the two things you don't agree with, or we could adjust? Because we could probably move.
Well, I would
forward
prefer
right
to
now.
have our attorneys contact the attorney, and then they can work that thing that way. It's done legal and dotted every I, cross every T. Now, at this point, I'd rather for the two attorneys to do it, because if I misspeak, then you guys are going to come back.
It's recorded.
And try to hang me. So
It's
no,
recorded.
I'm going to be very cautious now. So let the attorney work with the attorney. And there's only just a couple of things, seriously. And the attorney will work with the attorney, and then we'll work anything out, or any other possibility partnerships. All that will be worked out and presented to you guys.
Mr. Bingham, so we're not here for the rest of the night. Will you please give us your comment?
1 minute. I hear exactly what you're all saying. So my suggestion is we'll table it for 30 days till the next commission meeting. In between that time, can you and I meet and we'll talk about doing a private fundraising situation? If we can get that to happen, and this whole conversation can be put down at the next commission meeting, and the kids can be swimming and, you know, however long it takes to get the parks.
So moved.
I got mine ready to go.
All right, so Mayor Hillary, can I call you as the head of this snake to talk to, or like, who do I?
I'll be a snake, but you can call me.
Okay, so I'll call you tomorrow.
You can call me. I'll call you. Pastor won't accept my office, so I definitely work with you. Don't
Well,
say
you
nothing.
guys have a merit or something else, didn't you?
Don't say nothing. No, I speak the truth. My tongue don't get big.
Give a donation too. So we got two options now.
We can keep.
That's not city business though, right?
No, that have nothing to do with the city.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
we
me
start talking about-
personally
we start
saying that I will help you fundraise and raise this money, and I don't think without a shadow of a doubt that it won't be raised. But that's my last time.
Are you, I'm waiting to hear from the pastor. I mean,
No, he won't take the offer. We good. I'll work it. We're good.
So this is what we're saying.
You don't have to say anything else. You don't have to say anything else. We're gonna discuss this motion. We've already got that in place. There's a motion on the floor. There's a second. Is there any further discussion on this motion? As it exists, Ms. Krantz, read the motion back for me.
Thank you. Commissioner Boring motion to work through the MOU and to bring it back to the commission on a set day with a third party being involved.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any further discussion from the commission on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries 4-1.
Oh, sir, I said nay.
3-2. Motion carries. We will discuss the MOU and bring it back per Commissioner Borum's motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Bingham. Let's talk soon.
What is the?
If I get out of here before tomorrow, I'll give you a call.
Quick question. We bring it back to what meeting?
It comes back next month's meeting. What's the date of next month's meeting?
July 28th.
July 28th.
Yes, sir. It's July 20th.
And council will reach out to your attorney again. In light of that, let's take a 2-minute break. Boy, look at this.
Roll it.
All right, we're back on record. Next up is item 10 on the agenda, adopt resolution 2022 R91, adopting amendments to the city of Palakka personnel rules and regulations policy 03.4 reemployment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution of the city of Palakka, Florida, amending section 03.4 reemployment policy of the city's personnel rules and regulations, providing for scrivener's errors.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second for purposes of discussion.
Second for discussion purposes, Mr. Holmes or Ms. Jones, or Ms. Jones, you taking this? My bad.
As the commission requested the additional information that was put in the request to grant the city manager, all of that has been removed. And just the language as it was stated, it's added into there. Although item B, I would like to bring to the commission's attention that staff recommendation that we take out within the current fiscal year and just leave in no former employee may be rehired before a 6-month period, which is what the commission requested.
I want to ask, we said 6 months, that it has to be a last, time period, a gap of 6 months before we hire. Does that, and is that employee required to do, if they're out 6 months and we say that we're not going to hire them and they come back 6 months later, regardless of what it is, you could just rehire them,
No, as the policy is written. I'm sorry.
If we're gonna hire them 6 months later, what would be the difference between 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 9 months, 12 months? If they're eligible to be rehired after 6 months.
Right. It was just a request of the last commission that we retain the 6-month probationary period of rehire.
Commissioner, you were absent, so I'll tell you why I said what my reasoning behind it was. As some people, we have experienced, well, the industry have experienced people leveraging the job. For example, if they have been offered a job somewhere or seeking employment elsewhere, and they end up doing their own cost analysis and they go and take that position elsewhere. Don't work out for them, but left us in a kind of bind by leaving in the first place. You think we should be come back and they could pretty much leverage, I have a job here, but I will come back for X amount more money, or come back and, demand different perks. That happens in the industry. So
However, other unforeseen circumstances can take place that may not be the case, and they have to come back. I can tell you, I resigned 1 year and went somewhere and came back 3 weeks later. I needed a job. Something happened. I came back. The district didn't make me wait for 6 months. They considered my circumstances and gave an opportunity. So I just have a slight issue with the 6 month waiting period. If we're gonna hire them 6 months later, what would be the 3 months?
you're not saying that you're gonna even hire them back. It's a policy. That's what we're here to set policy. So you asked what the question was, and I was giving you an example, first of all. So there are some other examples that I said Keystone, they have a no rehire policy. So it's not a industry standard that everybody's hired back. Keystone have a no rehire policy. There's some other, I don't really want to go into saying other city, municipalities or counties, but I made it a point to call the last 2 weeks to ask, and it's not unheard of. Some have a year waiting policy. When a person is, and Ms. Jones could probably back me up on this, when a person is termed, or for whatever reason, if they quit, or if we've termed them, usually a mark is going to be either they're rehireable or not. So if they're rehireable, of course, we want to reconsider them and considering all the circumstances. But if you start having a revolving door, what you're gonna have is a training ground. They leave and then they come back demanding more money. It's really totally what we have. I didn't think was anything wrong. We had one, I guess, request in the year I've been here. I don't know how many been prior to that, but I don't think 6 months is a bad wait period. Secondly, what is it for onboarding, re-onboarding? There's other things that go into from the HR point of view that onboarding, you discontinue benefits, you got to go back and backtrack that stuff. So it could probably be bothersome to our personnel that we have here that they left us high and dry with. So you consider it either way you want. I mean, either way, but I was giving you those things. I mean, you could probably ask the department head what it costs for them to take somebody off of their team or department and then turn around and bring them back on. So.
Thank you for this explanation, but again, I stand on my stand. You know, what I'm saying, I left, a job 3 weeks, came back, left for 3 weeks, came back, and I'm glad that I was afforded the opportunity to be rehired. So I agree with D that the city manager must approve all rehires, but I'm not in agreement with that.
Well, you've been operating under that for all this time, 6 months. So there's no change in that.
It's valuable and it happens. So we have been operating under a lot of things, and if we're not going to change anything, we don't need to have any meetings. So again, I said, I don't agree with part A. That's my opinion. And you shared yours.
We've had some situations where we have there are some distinct situations where people try to leverage. And they were not rehired. And we've had some people who left for personal reasons. We've had some folks who left not in good standing. I think at the end of the day, my opinion is that we need to make sure that people don't leave for greener grass and then realize that it doesn't exist. I think 6 months is a minimal period compared to 1 year where I've seen other agencies. And then the other part is if they leave us and they go somewhere else and they leave that place within a 6 month period, then how stable of an employee do we really have? And so those are the things you have to think about, because at that point, they've had 2 jobs in a 6 month period. So, I mean, I get it. I also know that we ran costs before the pandemic at about $8,000 per person to train them to come on board. And those were things that we were really concerned about as it was in place. And I think we've put forth competitive salaries. We put forth our benefits are significantly competitive compared to a lot of others in the area. And so we just have to make sure that in the process that, we're doing all that we can do so that people aren't taking advantage of this market as it is right now. And I think that's one of the big pieces. Money's flowing readily, but it's about to slow down. When we look at this, what's going on with the economy as a whole, we want to make sure that we consciously have policies in place that protect us. I understand. I get both arguments from both of you, but at the end of the day, I'm leaning towards the 6 month period remaining as it does, because what it does is it puts us in a position where we can ensure that there will be some thought process in leaving. We've got mechanisms in place for individuals who may need to take leave of absence and do other things that will allow them to, keep their employment intact while they're dealing with those things. But I just don't think we need to be the revolving door. But at the same time, 6 months gives an individual an opportunity to come back sooner than some other agency.
Mayor, if I may, just for clarification, the $8,000 figure that I believe you're referencing is fire department, and that, no?
It was what came from HR, from previous HR, when we actually did a study on what the numbers were. And that was from multiple agencies. It wasn't
Our
just
previous HR director from the city?
Yeah. It was before you got here.
Is it's general.
I would find that questionable.
Well, you can, but I didn't, and we studied it. So
It's
we
generally
appreciate it.
about 10 to 12, 8 to 12. So
So,
that's about right.
so we actually studied it and we looked at it. We had department heads put it forth. And I stand by it. I supported it based upon what empirical evidence was given to me. And if you want to provide a different report, then you have the ability to get with HR and let them generate it, because that's what they do. But no, I'd rather stick there and go from there. But we ran numbers and we tested the theory, looked at hours and looked at time, not just for the employee, but for the staff that works it as well. And so it affects more than just the one individual. It affects HR, it affects finance, it affects the city manager, it affects that department, it's department heads, it's supervisors. So when you look at it, it's a multiple. It's not just based on the individual and the time allotted for them to test.
Mr. Mayor, on subsection A, it says, and Ms. Jones mentioned this, it says no former employee may be rehired within the current fiscal year and not before 6 months period has elapsed. We think that's a conflict because you can, within the fiscal year is 12 months. And it seems to contradict the two statements. So we were thinking about.
Just removing fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
But that wasn't directions you gave us, so that's why.
We got it.
need to change
We got it. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification.
Scrivener's error.
Commissioner Campbell, we haven't heard from you.
I'm hearing everyone and honestly, I'm not opposed to 6 months, but I do understand that sometimes we have to take life happenings into consideration as well. So I was originally in agreement totally with the giving the city manager the opportunity to make that call. So, I mean, I'm not totally for, and I'm not totally against the 6 months. But again, I do think life happens and we have to take some things in consideration.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm in agreement with it as it's written and with the taking out a removal of the fiscal year.
So are you amending your motion?
My motion? Yes, okay, I like that. I like to amend my motion, accepting the way it is with subsection A, on removing the fiscal or current fiscal year.
There's already a second on the floor. If it's favorable to the second, then we can move forward. Commissioner McCaskill? No, it's not favorable. So there's a motion on the floor unamended at this time. Commissioner, you have the pleasure of withdrawing your motion, or we can vote on the motion.
The motion that sits.
Yes, sir, without the amendment.
I will withdraw my motion without the amendment.
So the motion is hereby withdrawn. I'll entertain a new motion.
I propose a motion to pass this, to accept the, as written, taken out of the current fiscal year restriction.
Second.
In 6 month period.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a second. We'll now open the floor. Karen, is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
Aye.
Two. And are you in opposition, Commissioner Campbell?
Yes.
So there's two in opposition. The motion passes 3-2.
I also would like to bring to the commission's, which is not on the agenda, but we did receive an update where the IRS changed their mileage to be paid for travel, effective July 1. If we don't, currently our policy states we revise it January 1. which would throw us to be out of compliance for 6 months. So it would be the staff's recommendation that the commission approve us to change our travel mileage reimbursement from 0.585 to 0.625 as stated effective July 1 from the IRS standpoint, so we can remain in compliance.
I'll entertain a motion to take this as an emergency item. Time is of the essence.
So moved.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner McCaskill, second by Commissioner Boer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. I'll entertain a motion to accept staff's recommendations to make the modifications to the travel policy.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is any further unreadiness? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. That what you're gonna tell me, council? Take it as emergency item? Okay. Moving on, to item number 11, discussion and direction, potential acquisition of 511 St. John's Avenue.
Mayor, I can take this for purposes of moving it forward. At the last meeting, we brought forward the potential for the city acquiring in one fashion or, excuse me,
Didn't say anything.
the city acquiring through one fashion or another, the property at 511 St. John's Avenue. At that time, commission was not fully represented and voted to defer this for consideration until all members were present. If the commission should decide to go forward, the request would be that commission direct staff or authorize staff to enter into negotiations and bring back before the commission options for either lease purchase or purchase. If there's questions about the facility, then we're be happy to try to answer them. Otherwise, it's an opportunity that has been brought forth. I think all of you have seen the facility with the exception of one. It's about 17,000 square feet, as I recall, with parking that would probably serve the city's needs for the long-term future. And while I'm not an architect or an engineer, it would appear that it could be put to use without substantial modifications, at least over time. Those modifications could be made to accommodate growth. But it's something that, as I indicated, staff, an opportunity came along that was something that staff believed the commission should have the opportunity to consider. And so with that in mind, the staff has brought it to you. Whatever your pleasure or direction is, then staff will move forward. Or if your pleasure is not to move forward with determining what the purchase or lease options are, then of course we'll simply advise the person who holds the contract to that effect and not bring it forward again.
Any comments from the commission at this time? Commissioner McCaskill, we held it for purposes of you being present. Do you want to start us off?
Yes, so I'm not opposed to staff moving forward with giving staff the recommendations or the go ahead to have these questions on the purchase and the lease options. I do have a question about asbestos in the building as well as the costs associated with it to see if the building has that. Would that include the conversation if you go?
Yes, ma'am.
Can that be included?
Any agreement that we would move forward towards would include a due diligence inspection period with the opportunity for the city to either back out or adjust the price should it be determined that anything of that nature is involved and would require remediation.
I'm not opposed to that.
Commissioner Boyle.
Yeah, I'm not opposed. I mean, I would like to get staff to check into it and bring it back to the commission. And again, I was just thinking about the asbestos piece, the integrity of the building, roof, and AC, plumbing, just overall infrastructure. Is it sound? Those are my only issues and concerns.
Commissioner Jones.
My concern, not concern, but excuse me, with the staff recommendation, do we have any pros and cons of getting that building versus not getting it? And what impact would it have with us being housed in that building versus looking for construction of a new city hall?
Some of that's going to be a matter of opinion. The cost side of it probably is easier to articulate. 17,000 square feet at today's construction costs. I don't know if we have enough zeros on the calculator to put that in print. So you have a known versus an unknown. You also have a location, and as the word goes in real estate, there are only three factors that matter: location, location, and location. That location, of course, that's in the eye of the beholder also, but from my perspective, it's in the center of government complexes. It's not on the tax rolls right now. It has a lot of parking to accommodate your needs, which we obviously don't have here. Has a lot of room for both present space and, I mean, present staff and future. You can consolidate some departments. So, I mean, I can certainly put a paper together that articulates those. Again, some of those are going to be subjective. Some of those are a matter of opinion, and your opinion could differ from mine. But it isn't often that you get an opportunity to accept a contract that someone else has negotiated that seems to be favorable in terms of costs, and that would provide a ready solution to your needs. It also, all of that, of course, is also dependent upon the commission's willingness to do something with this site and the site across the street, i.e. Potentially sell it to generate revenues. So, I mean, it's a big question, and you're the ones that make that decision. From a business person's perspective, if I were looking at it, I see a lot of upside to it. But again, it's not my decision to make. I'm simply trying to provide you the opportunity to move forward with it should you like. But from my perspective, it has an awful lot of upside, a lot of upside.
When I say that, I don't mean to be difficult, but we get what staff recommendation is. I would like to know what was the reason staff recommended it, or what was those things that you just told me a couple of them. But so moving, the upside, not moving, what would be a downside? The condition of inside of the building, mold, asbestos, those things, definitely a concern. Is it leaking? Because we know when a building sit like that, we're talking about going in and putting a new roof, which we wouldn't calculate going in, So I'm just saying, I would like to know all of those. A few of those things.
Prudent questions, for sure.
Absolutely.
I mean, those are good
So,
questions.
so before I say, yeah, let's do this, and I am on board, I would like to know that, because as we know, we obtained a building that hidden cost was in it. So
yeah, I'm not asking for, we weren't asking for direction to enter into a contract. We were simply asking for direction as to whether you wish us to try to negotiate. But in that negotiation, we would bring back something that addressed concerns such as inspections, due diligence, making certain that you were aware of what costs might be associated with walking into the facility. And then of course the cost of the acquisition. So, and the negotiation might produce something that's economically not feasible. Interest rates have risen since we first started this process. I know from talking to the person who holds the contract that some of the things he might have been willing to do day one, he may not be willing to do today in terms of lease purchase because of the interest rate changes. But
it's only gone up 3 times.
Sir?
It's only gone up 3 times.
Right. So, so again, when the final, whatever is negotiated and it's brought back to you for consideration, it just may not be acceptable. But there has been an extension given by the owner of the building to the person who holds the contract of his due diligence period, which allows us the opportunity of moving forward to explore. But we would need to move forward relatively rapidly to do that, and we can bring back as much of the of that information as possible when we bring back whatever the final negotiations result in. So what we'd be doing is bringing back something and saying, after us trying to negotiate as best we could, this is the best deal we can get. And we try to cover the issues of the due diligence, and then the commission would either say, yeah, we think we can work with it, or no, we can't.
So the person that has a contract on that building, they had a contract to purchase for personally, or I mean, could you explain? I mean,
yeah, right. Yes.
So they have a contract to purchase.
Yeah.
So we have a middleman basically.
No, they're willing to assign it to us for. They're willing to assign it to us without cost. In other words, no premium, no surplus. Just they're willing to assign their contract to us.
Those are my questions.
Commissioner Campbell.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I'm not opposed to them having the conversation to bring something back to us. I've expressed when I did the tour some of my concern, wanting to ensure that we're going into a sound building and things of that nature. So I'm not opposed to them entertaining the conversation and bringing something back to the commission.
Okay. I think everybody kind of knows my position. This isn't the first time that we proposed a location for City Hall. I don't think that this building is conducive for what we do.
This
It's not
building
that.
being in 511 St. John.
No, this City Hall as it sits today, 201 North Second Street. I think that the current City Hall building isn't, doesn't give us the best opportunity to create the proper working environment. Right now, we got interns working here who have their desk in the lobby, and they're stuffed on top of each other in the lobby working. Commission hasn't had an office, and since in 8 years we've been here, we've actually used the existing office as kind of a multi-purpose training room and a conference room, because there wasn't an ADA compliant conference room at City Hall. There is not much opportunity for growth. And there's a higher and better use for this building in itself. It was great as a post office. It's not great as a City Hall. But I think it creates opportunity for us to look at ways in which we can maximize use of this building and revenues from it. I think it's well worth us moving forward. I won't belabor the point. I think, the majority of the commission's in agreement that we should explore this option. And I also agree as well. And so I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Motion that we move forward with the agreement and bringing the numbers back to the commission to, motion is for staff to go out and obtain the numbers, bring back to the commission for consideration.
There's a motion to accept staff's recommendations. Is there a second?
Second.
Second on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Next up, city-owned vehicle policy, adopt resolution 2022 R109. Getting closer, Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Resolution 2022 R109, a resolution of the city of Palakka, Florida, amending the city-owned vehicle policy of the city's personnel rules and regulations, providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion on the floor in a second.
Mayor and Commissioners, I pushed this out on last Tuesday by email. It is a substantially more comprehensive vehicle policy than what the city possessed before. Specifically, and of note, we included provisions to address and to consider concerns that have been raised by the commission regarding attempting to minimize or reduce fuel consumption where possible. Another item on the agenda, actually, I think it was passed on the consent agenda, has to do with monitoring devices in the vehicles. This policy indicates that by accepting the privilege of operating a city vehicle, you acknowledge that the operation of the vehicle will be monitored as to speed, location, idle time, et cetera, which will help us in attempting to deal with with perhaps wasteful habits involving the use of the vehicles. So if there's specific questions about the policy, I'm happy to try to answer them. And otherwise, it is a policy that I would recommend at this time.
I have a question on additional regulations. And it says, no city vehicle shall leave Putnam County without prior approval. Is that your approval? You would know all the vehicles that leave, so.
I can add
So
by the city manager if you'd like.
Yes, sir.
That probably does need to be clarified. I appreciate that.
Is there anything else?
Nope. I just mentioned that those devices that you approved under the consent agenda will now put us in a position where all of our public works vehicles will be equipped. And as Mr. Griffith has indicated, those devices provide for multiple configurations that include alerts for such things as excessive idling, excessive speed, even parameters as to location, if I'm understanding it. So if a vehicle leaves a certain area, they're pretty comprehensive and allow for generation of reports, matching of time of day with location of vehicle. If you're trying to look at overtime and how a vehicle was used, so it's pretty comprehensive.
Any additional additions, corrections, modifications, deletions from the commission? If not,
What about, excuse me, report of accidents? I don't see it. What is the policy on that? I don't see it.
Know that condition, you're required to report conditions. Accidents, I think, are in our general personnel policy.
Well, I mean, like, if it's finna been, I mean, just so that we wouldn't have to, if it comes up, I think it should be added, but just, I understand about the care. I see what care, but I don't see, say for instance, I've seen a vehicle with this. Remember, we had a mistake and I thought one of them was the city vehicle out there. But if a city vehicle has been damaged by someone else or by personnel, how do we report it? And I'm asking just for general information at this point. Do we have to report it? Do we have 5 days, 72 hours to report it? What is it? I think that clarity will make it easier to enforce something of such. And I just think it should be added. This is not fine to approve now, but I think that need to be added.
So under maintenance regulations, there is A, which requires you to properly report to your supervisor any unsatisfactory or unsafe vehicle condition that is observed, including apparent need for repairs. But it won't be, I can certainly add to that any damage to the vehicle, occasioned by accident or incident. But I'm sorry, go ahead, John.
I was just going to note your initial claim was correct. It's in the personnel policy. Any incident must be reported to the supervisor. There's an incident report that has to be filed with City Hall, and the driver has to be taken for a drug and alcohol test.
So,
but it also could fall in the vehicle policy as well. There's two
reference. So can we just put the cross reference in there?
Yeah.
Sure.
For purposes of and actually identify it by number and appendix.
I'll make it a D under maintenance regulations.
Sounds good.
Any additional amendment?
Does that include the commission car too?
No, sir. I believe I accepted the commission and the city manager car at the end. I sure did. I said they'd be governed by the contract for employment with the city and city manager, and certain provisions may not apply to the use by the city commissioner of any vehicle that is designated for city commission use. So if you want me to make them you're the city commission car subject to them, I'm happy to do so, but I've accepted them right now. I trust in you.
No.
Motion that we,
It's already a motion on the
oh, I'm
floor.
sorry. You second?
So motion's already on the floor. And are the amendments?
We need to make the amendment. So,
With the amendments as noted.
yes.
Yeah, you have the record of the amendments.
I have that Commissioner McCaskill moved to the original motion. I would need to know if the amendments are okay by her.
So I
I'm
can
getting there.
modify it to reflect the recommendations. the
So
modified recommendations.
so Commissioner McCaskill is modifying her motion to accept the amendments as noted.
A second.
It's friendly to the second. Is there, we're now open the floor for public comment. Anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Mr. Fox is looking at his watch. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. We're gonna skip Mr. Fox's number 13 and move. We're gonna move into public hearing. A public hearing, we have fiscal year 21-22 small cities, community development block grants, resolutions 22-95.
A resolution authorizing the submission of an application for the Small Cities Community Development Block Grant to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for federal fiscal year 2021-22, providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Second.
We got you.
Passed out during the break. That's an option. I've also got some extra copies up here. If anybody would like to share here. Basically, the project is two activities, two separate service areas. The first activity is the water line replacement of the water line along Madison Street between 5th and 11th. And estimated cost for that CDBG fund is $615,000.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I'm sorry. I can start over. Basically, the first water line along Madison Street.
Repeat.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was on. The first of the two activities is the replacement of the water line along Madison Street between 5th and 11th. And that is based upon the engineer's cost estimate is $615,000 out of the CDBG budget with a local match of $32,000. And that you have here the replacement of approximately 2,150 linear feet of water main, replace 5 fire hydrants, 16 gate valves, 24 water services, and then reconnect the main in 8 locations. And then you're going to, in some places, have to remove and replace the sidewalk. And in some places, remove and replace the driveways. And that's service area number 1 and project number 1. Service area number 2 is the entire city. The project is the high service pumps at the water plant would be replaced. The engineer's estimate for the cost for that is $75,000. So basically, you've got a CDBG budget of $615,000 for Madison Street, $75,000 for the 2 high service pumps at the water plant. No engineering being paid out of the grant, and $60,000 of administration out of the grant for $750,000. The city match would be $50,000, which we would claim for points. There's 25 points in the application, with an additional $20,000 for a total of $70,000 to pay the engineering fees. And then also, again, you'd have $32,000 of city match into the water line replacement on Madison Street that I discussed previously. So you'd have a total of $750 grant and $102,000 city match for a total project of $852,000.
Any questions, comments? Seeing none at this time, we'll open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? If you're here for public hearing, please fill out a speaker card. Bring that forward with you. Seeing no one here for public hearing, we'll close public hearing at this time. Anything else, Mr. Fox?
You have resolutions. Other than that, no.
So we all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, motion carries unanimously. Next up will be item B, adopt resolution 2022 R106, authorizing the use of $70,000 of City of Palakka funding to leverage small cities neighborhood revitalization community development block grant application.
Mayor Hill, if I may, in that caption that you read on from the agenda main body, there is a typo. Instead of 70,000, it should read 102,000. And the caption of the resolution reads as follows: is in the packet. A resolution authorizing the use of $102,000 of City of Palakka funding as leverage for the small cities neighborhood revitalization community development block grant application. The city is submitting to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for federal fiscal year 2021-22, providing for scrivener's errors.
Entertain a motion. I need a motion. It's the same thing. It's the motion for the, it's the motion. It's a resolution for the funding. There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Borman. There's a second by Commissioner McCaskill. We'll now open the floor for public hearings. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, we'll close public hearings. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries unanimously. Next up, item C, adopt resolution 2022 R107.
Thank you. A resolution of the City of Palakka authorizing the implementation of the long-term and short-term objectives of the City of Palakka Community Development Plan, providing for scrivener's errors.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries unanimously.
And in closing, I'd like to thank you for the contract you awarded earlier this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience. We had you on the meter today. We appreciate you being here. It's always a pleasure, Mr. Fox. Next up, ordinance 22-65, closing, vacating, abandoning only the right of way of the element of the portion of the South Loop Road located between West Larson Boulevard and Eastern Property Line. First reading. Second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance 2022, the ordinance of the City of Palakka, Florida, closing, vacating, and bending only the right-of-way element of that portion of South Loop Road located between the West Larson Boulevard and the Easterly Property Line of parcels 0410264000100010 within the City of Palakka, as described herein and showed pictorially on Exhibit A, retaining the utility elements of the easement, providing for an effective date, providing for scrivener's errors.
That means that Ms. Grants is ready to go, Ms. Walsh.
Thank you, sir. This is a request to vacate the ingress egress portion of an easement on PRC Way. Can't talk this evening. The applicant should be here online to make a presentation. If she's not, I can handle that.
She is, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great.
We are here. Ms. Walsh.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, one more thing. The planning board already heard this request on June 7th at their meeting and recommended approval. Ms. Lazari, take it away.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh. I'm going to share my screen. Mr. Mayor, would you please confirm that you can see my screen?
I can.
Thank you, sir. This, as Ms. Walsh has pointed out, this is an easement vacation only for 7220 PRC Way. It's to vacate a portion of the South Loop Road, which is approximately 1,261.84 feet. The utility easement that's in that area will be retained. Only the road right-of-way is being vacated. And the South Loop Road easement to the east was previously vacated and a building constructed over the old easement area. This is the subject property here, and I have a few more illustrations. As you can see, this is, I believe, the eggplant factory here, and this portion of the road easement was vacated, as is obvious, because this building was constructed over it. Our request is to vacate this portion from here to the property line. And again, this area was previously vacated. This is the area to be vacated. And we have provided a legal description and a legal sketch of this to Ms. Walsh. And so we are asking for this because, first of all, the right-of-way easement no longer serves a purpose since the eastern portion of the right-of-way has already been vacated. The applicant wishes to fence the area for security purposes, and the utility easements are being retained by the city. So our request is to vacate that portion of South Loop Road, and we have a staff recommendation of approval. And we, as the applicant, EDA Consultants, Inc., are asking this on behalf of our client, which is Plants of Ruskin, that you approve case PB 22-15 in terms of the ordinance. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now, and I will be happy to answer any questions. I do want to thank Ms. Walsh for all her assistance. She has been very marvelous to work with on this.
How much did she pay you for that?
Cookies, I paid it in cookies.
Thank you. We're glad that the experience has been good thus far.
Thank you, ma'am.
So you've heard from the applicant, you've got the recommendation from the planning board as well as staff. What is the pleasure of the commission at this time?
So moved.
There's a motion to accept staff's recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. We'll open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? Seeing no one, will close public hearing. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. We'll see you back for second reading. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. It's
You're
been
welcome.
a pleasure to work with the city of Palatka.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Next up.
Good evening. My name is Autumn Martinage. I'm with AE Engineering, the consultant that you guys have retained to conduct your market opportunity analysis and business feasibility study. We anticipate that the report will be completed by the end of July, so that we will be scheduling public meetings as well as coming back before you at some point in August to give our formal presentation and provide our final report to you guys. So far, we have had the robust support of both the community and your staff, and have had a successful public meeting just a couple weeks ago, I believe on June 8th, where we were hoping for, expecting 10, hoping for 20, but we had 30 people joined us at the chamber. It was sponsored by the chamber and the Small Business Development Center, and had a fantastic conversation. Councilmember Borum was there as well. And we really appreciate the support of the commission and the community as we continue to evaluate the need and desire for business support services and or a business incubator for the city of Palatka. With that, you guys should have in your packet a memo page that I have written sharing just some of the interesting things that we have already learned. Formal recommendations are still forthcoming, but I'm available for any questions or comments that you guys may have.
Any comments from the commission? Also had an opportunity to have a great conversation, Mr. Myrick, as it relates to this matter. So I think it was extremely insightful to actually sit down and have a conversation with him and share additional visions for the city as it relates to the business incubator as well. And so we're glad to have you on board.
Thank you.
We are looking forward to the results in the final report. And so this is where we are. Anything else from the commission?
No, it's just pleasure working with you guys. And again, that was a very, very productive and fruitful day that we had. There we somewhat wrapping things up now, right? So
Absolutely.
we're about to see the fruits of the labor.
Mr. Holmes? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
And
very much.
And thank you for your patience as well.
Absolutely.
Safe travels. Next up, discussion, A. Philip Randolph, Transportation Hub, temporary concrete driveway. Ms. Cano.
Good evening. This subject has come up a number of times before. Staff went back and generated a number of different quotes for the installment of the temporary driveway at the corner. The lowest one that we have and that we think meets all the requirements is $9,240. So that's what we've identified as the heir apparent on competitive bids. So we're just here this evening to seek direction from the council on whether we should move forward with the driveway in that location.
Commissioner Jones.
When you say temporary?
It is it's approximately 1,069 square feet. It's curbaged code. It is 3,000 PSI, 6 inches thick. So it is going to be supportive of truck traffic. that would-
Fiber.
Yes, yeah, the fiber mesh. And then, so it'll be an established driveway, but there is upcoming work in that area, with the 8.1 million. So I think it's substantial enough, temporary, but still, able to be adjusted as we further develop that area.
And initially, it would not involve reconfiguring the parking lot itself, correct?
Correct.
So it would not involve.
Yeah.
It was an option we brought before you since there had not been any particular decision made, and we want to offer you this option.
I think it's good just to keep that driveway, the entranceway open and temporary as it may be at the finished product. We're gonna still hopefully have an entranceway that somewhere along that line on that north side of that project. Yeah.
Any other thoughts from the commission?
I share the same sentiment.
Agree, Commissioner? Commissioner Campbell?
Yes, sir.
You got it, Ms. Cano.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Update on city boardwalk or boarded up walk.
Not that easy. You need to go back to driveway, sir. I apologize, but that is not budgeted, so it would require a transfer from reserves, either from CRA or Better Place to fund that.
Did we have money going back into that project that we didn't spend?
No, sir. Yeah, we need additional revenues.
What staff recommendation as to whether it's reserve or general fund, it qualifies for, I'm not general fund, does it qualify for the Better Place?
Yes, sir.
It does.
Is it in here?
We got Better Place funding left?
Correct.
So
Yeah.
you got it
My
listed.
recommendation would be Better Place.
It's listed on the agenda as a discussion item, so I need a motion to take it as an emergency item
So move.
for the purposes of budgeting. And time is of the essence as it relates to creating the driveway. So there's a motion on the floor and a second to take it as an emergency item. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We'll also entertain a motion to take the funding from Better Place.
So
And have a
moved.
budget amendment. There's a motion by Commissioner Jones, or second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Nay. Motion carries unanimously. It's quick enough.
So, as you know, commissioners, we received a recent inquiry about the condition of the boardwalk. Mr. Griffin and I have walked it a couple of different times. Its condition is such so that we actually taped it off and tried to secure it during Blue Crab, but the tape doesn't last. People don't honor it. We've
looked at the possibilities of having the state help us with funding based upon an idea that was sort of planted with us by a representative of a particular senator's office. And I'll defer at this point. I know the mayor, in accord with our, I guess, directions that we received, authored a letter which we forwarded to DOT. And Jonathan, if you could provide an update as to where we are with that at this point.
Yes, sir. And an update to it being taped off. It was boarded off yesterday, to make it a little bit more secure. So we have a tentative meeting set with representatives from DOT. Amy Robertson, you met her at the last strategic planning meeting, and at least one representative from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. They've made no commitments of funding yet, but it appears that they're trying to help us find some alternatives for funding under the guise of reconstruction, not a maintenance item. So that is set for July 11th at 1 p.m. We're still waiting for one confirmation from the county. DOT requested presence from the city and county. So if the commission does want to attend that meeting, we would just have to notice it.
Let's go ahead and notice it.
Okay.
Where's the meeting here?
It'll be held here, yes, sir.
What time?
1 p.m. I just sent you and Sonny the invite.
So Sonny, if you would, let's notice that if we could.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Mr. Manager?
Just have a very brief, I won't belabor this point, but at an earlier meeting, I was asked about the possibilities of reducing our fuel consumptions. I've provided a written document to each of you. I think it's in your packet that kind of summarizes some possible options. I, in that packet, indicated that I had not yet received response from the fire department and the police department, but I have denied. If you could pass that down, I appreciate it. So I'm handing these out in writing and give you time to digest them. And then if there's a willingness to move forward and put any of these items on the agenda for discussion or action, then we certainly will. Obviously, the most significant savings that we saw was the possibility of going to once a week garbage pickup. The numbers on that are in your packet, somewhere just short of $30,000 a year in terms of fuel savings. At well, I think I gave you two different cost estimates based upon $5 and $6 a gallon. Then from there, I mean, I've already explained that we have done some things to hopefully address the usage of vehicles in public works. The fire department and police department's responses are in what I just handed out to you. So if you look at that and there's a desire to discuss any of that in detail or put something on the agenda for direction, happy to do that at your next meeting.
We had that garbage collection conversation.
And also, please note on there that we have also asked you to at least be thinking about the possibility of converting our fleet to side pickup trucks as we move forward. The side pickup trucks for the future would provide a benefit in terms of having two people on the truck instead of three, one driver, one handler. The trucks themselves would probably be more fuel efficient. And as we move forward to replace trucks, simply placing a seed for food for thought that you think about us converting to side pickup on our trucks. There's also dumpster. We've also referenced some dumpster possibilities in terms of increasing the size of our commercial dumpsters, which would allow us to decrease the frequency of pickup of those as well.
Also, it'll help eliminate some of the issues we have with turnover.
Yes, sir, it might.
What is a side pickup? Does it have like something on the side that picks up, or is it does it open from the side?
No, it picks up from the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
So our rear load trucks actually have a tipping device on the back. What this is a tipping and grapple device on the side of the truck. So the driver operates from the opposite side of, the typical driving side on the passenger side of the vehicle, and they have a joystick and they operate it and they tip the can.
We just might need to explore that option down in Kissimmee.
The underground? Oh, you said the underground dumpsters.
I'll forward it. That's another.
It was the
I'm familiar with the concept. I failed to see how you gain any efficiencies in collection with it.
No, I'm just saying, it's not applicable maybe to the, residential, but
expensive.
Like big apartment complexes and downtown.
Okay. Yes, sir.
while Mr. Griffith is there, I'll mention under my comments that he was recently elected president of the Downtown Noon oldest and most established Rotary Club, the city of Palakka.
Well, hot dog.
Nice article.
Mr.
Nice
President.
article. Congratulations.
Sunny attended school, and I'm told by her that as of August, is it Sunny?
Yes, sir.
She will have completed the time required in order for her to, for her to assume the position of city clerk.
So, you waiting for her to stop acting?
Well, we are.
So you ready to stop acting?
And other than that, in the interest of time, Mayor, I have no further comments.
Okay. Chief Shaw. For comeback gear. Yes, sir.
Mayor and Commissioners, just wanted to let you know we have been working very hard and consistently on our community engagement plan as laid out for you. We just completed Talking Tuesday. We had completed several community festival events in conjunction with the Housing Authority as well as Recreation Department, and a number of other things that we have going on with our community engagement. And I'm very proud to say that it's, in my mind, being very effective. Also, as you may know or have heard, that yesterday we arrested and solved completed one of our homicide investigations, and we effected an arrest on Malcolm Miles yesterday afternoon. We really did a press release, and we're expecting a further investigation and results down the line from that portion of the investigation.
So, standing commendation.
You did Talking Tuesday just recently, right?
That's correct. We did Talking. Actually, we've done, I believe it's been 2 since our last meeting. We've done Talking Tuesday twice. Our last one we did as a follow-up to our community festival that was in the James A. Long area. We did Talking Tuesday in the James A. Long area. One of the things that we noticed was a huge complaint from not only the residents in that area, but we actually walked over and seen it. We're going to be bringing it to City Manager and Jonathan in regards to the roadway right there by Bronson and North 20th. That's correct. And then we're getting constant complaints, which we've been working on enforcement for the stop sign. We got a lot of follow-up or positive follow-ups for our enforcement of the stop sign. Yeah. And those were some of the main comments we got from citizens in that area.
Yeah, I think we addressed that before as a commission. So definitely we appreciate that. You got another event going on with some younger people.
Yes, sir, we do. Currently, the summer camp is going on, Camp Higher Ground through our Police Athletic League is going on at Calvary, the Calvary Missionary Baptist. It's right now over 60 youth involved, and they are doing some fabulous things over there. We're sharing constant pictures and videos, not only on the PAL website or PAL Facebook, but also on our Facebook for the police department. They actually took a field trip to Jacksonville Zoo.
Is registration still, is there opportunity for kids to continue to register?
Yes, it is. It is a 7-week camp. I believe they are into week.
This is
three. This is I think they're into week 3 right now. This is week 3.
Okay.
They're about to wrap up week 3. So yes, there is. All you got to do is make contact with staff at Calvary, and they'll register and make sure we have a fine placement. We still have room for kids.
Okay. 1414 Bronson Street.
1414 Bronson Street.
Okay. We'll bring back comp stats and Nebers.
Yes,
I know you had a lot
Nibers.
going on.
We, as you know, we are collecting data. We are a little further than we was before, but we had to take a step back because our crime analysis resigned from the department. So now we have to get afforded some time to be able to retrieve that data. So I'm hoping to have some information for you guys here real soon.
Okay. And I guess one last thing, the Department of Justice, the workshop, the work with Department of Justice, is that ongoing?
I'm sorry, Captain Newcomb, Lieutenant Johnson, and Captain Williams attended the class up in Jacksonville from Will Daniels.
Right.
And basically to help prevent crime in small communities. Brought back some information, some things that we already knew, some things we were already using.
Okay.
But we brought back some other information, some things that we could add to our toolbox, and we've been doing it since
Okay.
then.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Chief Taylor. Mr. McNair. I mean, you tired? It's rhetorical. Ms. Walsh. Captain Newcomb. Mr. Cutright, of course. Welcome back.
Worse than an attorney, you give him a microphone.
You had to give my time limit.
I don't get a chance to talk at home, so I'm gonna take advantage of that. I'm gonna try to be brief. So Commissioner Campbell, start your timer.
Don't worry.
I want to bring up the food truck Friday, the third Friday of next month will be the 15th. We're adding a little twist to it. We're gonna have a movie night, Goofy. And that's compliments of Commissioner Campbell idea.
Goofy?
Yeah, the Goofy movie. A Goofy movie. That's what it's called, a Goofy movie.
Okay.
The 4th of July, as we was talking about it earlier, the 4th of July is going well. Everything is in place. We have a kids zone. We also have several food trucks, Golden Glory, Tony's Oxtail, the PAL Police Athletic League are gonna have a stand set up, and we got Cone Ice and some sweet
Tony's
trucks.
Bistro.
No, I'm just reading off what it was sent to me. We
Don
did
wrote
we did our mobile rec tonight at Ragsdale. It went pretty well. I've been getting texts from Reno and Courtney, so hopefully I can give you numbers and data. But the last couple of times we've done it, we had about 75 kids per place we went to. So that's going very well. Miss Thomas from the PAL, she kind of stole my thunder for the Mayor's Health Challenge. Right now we have 86 people signed up for the Mayor's Health Challenge. It's going on day 3 for the program. It's actually the second week in the program. It's going well. They was at Gordon's Extreme Gym tonight working. It went well, took a couple of pictures. So if you follow our Facebook page or you're attached to the Mayor's Health Challenge Facebook website that we have for that group only, but it is open to the public. You can see some of the exercises and workouts. Myself, city attorney, the finance director, not the finance director, the HR director, Commissioner Jones and Mayor Hill was been in attendance, a couple of them. So if you're not, try to come out and join. Commissioner Campbell, he leads some walks. He only walked about maybe 20 steps, and then he'll just start talking. And last but not least, to bring up the code enforcement, this past week we did 5 proactive cases. So it went well. We had a lot of major houses I thought was on the radar. We got 5 more for July. So hopefully we can start eliminating some blight and kind of bringing the city back to the beautification that we're trying to get to. Other than that, any questions?
And there's a start of demolition downtown.
Okay.
No, it's not about St. John's Avenue.
On St. John's Avenue.
Yeah, St. John, some step 20. Yeah. I want to get, that's a long conversation for us.
Yeah, it'll be a long demo.
Yeah.
So
that, any questions, concerns?
none
And
whatsoever.
to add one thing, Commissioner Bourne, you will get your championship t-shirts this week, well, next week.
Well, we won it last year. Oh.
It wasn't last year, but just, it was still in this calendar year. All right.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Thomas. Ms. Krantz.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to briefly mention that you and I, together with the commission, have rescheduled the budget workshops. They're scheduled for July 15th at 9 a.m. for the CRA, July 15th at 10 a.m. for the commission budget workshop, July 21st, CRA at 3, and then the commission budget workshop on the same day at 4:30.
Shank,
And while I have the floor.
I got you. Wait, hold on a second. Slow down.
Okay.
I got you.
Yes.
Ms. Shank, you have anything for us?
Just please make sure that you get back with me on your availability so that we can do one-on-ones with city manager for items that you would like to see in next year's budget.
And we got a special guest with us. And that's not you, Miss Neela.
Warm welcome to McKenna.
McKenna and Jenna, who is the intern in the clerk's office this summer.
And we've got interns who are working all over the city this summer, who will be introduced to us at later dates throughout the summer. And so we're glad to have you here. And I saw your orientation and it was in Miss Krantz's style. It was full of information. So again, thank you, Commissioner Campbell.
Yes, sir. Just real briefly, I'm happy that we got the internship program started. Thank you all so much for allowing me the opportunity to continue that. Also, just quickly, it doesn't have to be addressed tonight, but I want a status of where we are currently with the Mary McLeod Bethune, I think we said Boulevard or Avenue, in the celebration in which we talked about in our previous meeting. Congratulations to Sonny, Jonathan, and great job to PPD on the arrest and what they have going on within the community. I think that is really a good thing that they have, and I'm hearing a lot of positive feedback from the Talking Tuesdays and the walkings of the neighborhood. That would be all for me. Oh, and thank you to everyone that joined on the night that I led the walk, contrary to what Mr. Cutright stated, because he wasn't there for the walk because he left. But thank you to all that showed up, and I'm happy to announce since this challenge, I am down 7 pounds.
Now put your other foot on the scale. Commissioner McCaskill. Commissioner, you can't come back from that. Commissioner McCaskill. Commissioner Borum.
I want to congratulate Sonny on her accomplishment, as well as Jonathan. And as always, thanks to the police chief department for the well work that they're doing in the community. Not only are they arresting people, but they also out there breaking down barriers between police and the community, showing up in good times and when things go wrong. So kudos to you guys. And I did join them on Tuesday in the walk in James Lay Long, and we had really good fruitful conversation with the community. Everything just went just lovely. I want to thank each of the commissioners and mayor for showing up here at the my not nominating committee. I'll talk about that later. But I was awarded a Home Rule Hero Award in Orange Park through FLC, and we had our city manager Don Holmes. We had Sonny Krantz. We also had General Service Director Jonathan Griffith, along with Commissioner McCaskill, Commissioner Jones, and the mayor joined in support of me receiving that award. So I'll be presenting that along with a letter to the city for the records of the city. And I want to thank you guys. That meant a whole lot to me. I thank you so much for that. I was also added just recently to the resolutions committee with the for legal cities. I got a letter in today saying that I'll be joining them on the resolutions committee, can continue to do my good works within the league. And last but not least, see, I guess the homeless for the young. We got a young man placed He was homeless from 6th grade, 7th grade, going back and forth between Georgia and Florida. 6th, 7th grade, 9th grade, he came back, went back to Georgia, and he stayed there until 12th grade. And so he had was part of the junior ROTC all that time. He was between pillar and post, but he maintained his grade. And so he was signed up for the armed forces. And, you know, I don't know how he kept everything together, but he did. But we had some angels over him. Long story short, we was able to make sure that he met a 55-day period, because after he graduated, he wouldn't have had no place to stay based on who he was staying with, one of the recruiters here in the Putnam County School District. So so I got contacted, and so I reached out to some resources, and I reached out to Don Holmes and Ben Bates and Mr. Martinez, and also the Palakka Housing Authority, to try to cover this young man for 55 days so that he would not fall through the cracks that those ends could meet. And so we were able to get him placed at the Boys Ranch, and thanks to Don for his hard, diligent work, and I can't thank him enough for that. So so we'll be presenting that to the newspaper, and we're going to take a picture and just celebrate that. So that's all I have. Thank you.
It's always good to hear a good story. Something that allows us to soar and to really to sow into our young people. So again, kudos to you for that. Commissioner Jones.
I defer my comments to you, Mayor.
I take them, let the record reflect. I want to give a special thanks to Miss Emma Holt with Farm Share for providing a truckload of items for the Roadheapers Boys Ranch. Ms. Holt is one of the executives at Farm Share, and she made a special delivery out to the Boys Ranch. I encourage anybody who hasn't had an opportunity to go to the ranch to go and to spend time with those young men, and to spend time with the organization as a whole. And so special thanks to Ms. Hope. Commissioner Campbell got an opportunity to join me and stand when I had to leave. But Mr. Holmes has been someone who's worked with the ranch continuously over the years. And the ranch's positioned itself to work with young men from Palatka, from Putnam County, and really change to change the course of action as it relates to what we have in place. Also, thank you to everybody who participated in the Mayor's Health Challenge and who can continually participate. Our minimum goal is 30 miles in 30 days. It's run, walk, or swim. And I just heard that we need to add kayaking to it. So, but there's an opportunity for us just to continue on to move forward. We've got various entities throughout the community within the health field, as well as other social organizations that have participated. We've had our fitness groups come out and lead stretching to lead workouts. We'll continue to have other fitness groups doing that as well. Also, remember, if you use the hashtag Mayor's Challenge 2022 in your post, when you sign up and you go on Thursday to 386 Nutrition, you'll get a free tea as a part of what you're doing. So we've got various entities that are continuing to do this. This is a part of the Healthy Communities Challenge that the health department does, as well as trying to increase our health perspective within communities of equity as well. And so it's just a kickstart for everybody to get engaged, to be involved. I'd love to see this community as a whole just begin to sharpen one another as we move forward by getting out and just having more consciousness about exercise, about diet, about some of those things. I definitely need it. Don't judge me by looking at me as the start, but let's look at the finish as to how we work it. And I think overall we'll see great benefits and we'll see new relationships built out of it. So stay tuned, go to the Facebook page or call over to Recreation, and you can get the schedule sent to you for the month of events. Every Tuesday, there's a walk at the riverfront hosted by a different commissioner or a different person throughout the community. And we have various workouts that are set up with local business owners and trainers so that everybody can take part in the challenge. It takes a mile a day. And if you can't do a mile, start with a block or walk around the house. But we've got to become more conscious about health in our community as a whole so that we can create a better Palakka with better Palakka people. Outside of that, again, we're just excited about the results of Blue Crab. We're looking forward to starting the planning for next year. And it is now 9:13 in Alabama. And so we're looking forward to adjourning.